tan spit fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostles dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Side never said so. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side never said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael Guillotine sliced the lies from the clean crowd, electrified, charged like a light machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the forum, minds prevail. Or drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Side never sets source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side never sets source up.
Like the video, thumb up the video.
No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made. Side never sets source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Side never sets source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough.
Peace, assalamu alaikum, hotep, shalom, shalom, namaste, jambo, ashe. All the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light, to the HOK. You are in the toughest environment. We have a debate coming up in a couple of days. We have Jabari Osaze going up against Dr. Inky. Is Christ the Word? Don't forget to get your tickets. We will have the links in the chat, or you can get the links in the descriptions on all the channels, especially the main channel, House of Consciousness. Today, we have a very special guest. We have a treat. Some of you out there may know this scholar. He's been doing this for, I think he said over 30 years. He goes by many titles. One of them today is Reverend Whoopazz, because he's going to be coming with all the smoke. We have Dawaya Zakaya, Dawaya the Renegade, the scholar. He is very, very well versed in all the esoteric, not only from the Bible, but also Masonry, Freemasonry. And he's going to hopefully get around to that. We're going to have him come in for a few series because he has so much information. He's going to start from the beginning with us. So get your pens, papers, pads. And if you feel like bringing the smoke, get your boxing gloves, bring your piñata batons if you think you can get at this elder, but you will come respectfully because he is an elder. I have my sister, the one and only DJ Genesis of Alchemizing Energy. She actually introduced me to this this titan, this sage. So I appreciate that. And I'm going to hand the mic over to Genesis. She's going to also introduce us, give us a little bit more background and familiarize us with this elder. And then we're going to hand the mic over to him. And y'all better sit down because this gentleman right here can go and go and go. And so the fountain is going to flow. You better get your cups, your buckets, or whatever you need so you can catch some of this wisdom and knowledge. So thank you so much for being here, Reverend Whoopazz. Genesis, go ahead, take the mic and let the people know a little bit more about this elder.
So I wanted to make a correction. You know, he has been studying knowledge since the age of 12 years old. He began reading at the age of 3. He, you know, not only was into the Masonic order from the age of 12 and on, His father was a very advanced Mason, and he studied with some of the greatest, including the I think his name is Ben Ami, who actually was the one who brought people to Israel. He actually was friends with him. Like this is a person that is a wealth of knowledge and a breadth of knowledge. And if you look behind him, you're going to see a map of world history. This is like a map that I was like, wow, you have like the map of world of like the just all the way down like chronologically. So what I like to do is I like to talk to our elders because they are a library of information, and we cannot allow this information to go without us tapping into it. So I want to give a shout out to Brother Zakiah for even taking the time to be with the youth, and the even some of the elders that are even here that are watching Silender, because we have a very wide range of people that watch this channel. And I just thank you for being here, and shouts out to just you for even just taking the time to be with us. Thank you.
Yes, me too. So peace to you. Come on.
He's 80 years old, guys. So 12 to 80. That's not 30. That's like almost 80 years old.
Oh yeah, I thought 30. But let me say this: he may be 80, but he also is a performer. He sings, he dances, he does James Brown tributes, all kinds of stuff. Come on in, Reverend Whoopazz, and thank you so much for being here. Come on in, brother.
Well, I'll be like Cole. Cole say I would greet you in the greeting words of peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Shema Yahweh. In all of those languages, I will greet you in mean peace be unto you. The white man is the only person in the world that tell you good morning. It's good for you to be moaning. In the good afternoon, you be moaning. In the good evening, you be moaning. And when the good morning come in the morning, you still would be moaning. That's what my great-great-grandfather, who was born in 1840 and died in 1960, taught me when I was 3 years old about that word, good morning. He's only the Germanic race of people say it's good for you to moan. And so what I teach is esoteric knowledge coming from the viewpoints of the Yaman. I don't have any problem with it, but I don't wear the title elder. Elder, when you're an elder, that means that you're attached to the church. And I'm not attached no ways, phase, and shape and formation to no organization. I have a map that she told you about of the history of the 4 hemispheres. All 4 hemispheres, you have history. And the way that great grandpa taught me how to study is you study with the 5 W's, the 1 H in a chronological order using etymology. Etymology is a study of the origin of the word. So you would have to have your etymology dictionary and also a Black law dictionary to understand this. It's not the Noah Webster, Daniel Webster dictionary. You have to have the Noah Webster dictionary when you're studying this knowledge that Cole and I studied for 35 years with another guy named Mahal. We call ourselves Yaman. He was the fisherman, I was the hunter. And it's a funny thing about, we laugh, he would always get on me. Cole was the fisherman, meaning that when you catch fish in the water, you put him back in the water, you take good care of this fish to bring him home. But when you're a hunter, like me, then when he come out the woods, everything is dead, shot in the head. The headshot is the most dangerous shot. It's the killing shot. And me and Cole had that understanding that he had a lot of patience and stuff that I don't have. But I'm trying to understand him because he was my twin and we worked as triplets, and the twin is gone now. So I have to take up the slack. I have to, in other words, I have to tell the history of the Bibles and of ancient secret societies. So I have to learn how to do both of them. I know both of them at the same time. So as I said, when we went on this journey as Yaman, you study with the 5 W's, the 1 H, in a chronological order using etymology. So the way we'll start this off is there are 4 hemispheres: North Hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, and the Eastern Hemisphere. Great grandpa taught me is across the water. He was a full-blooded Crow, and that ain't no Indian. He would tell you he ain't no Indian. He didn't come from India. The citizen of India is an Indian. He said he might be an Indian, INJUN, and the white folks in my hometown call him a renegade. So you look up the definition of the word renegade. And that means that he didn't obey no laws of those people. So when you study like that, then you don't make a mistake, because when you study in that chronological order, you'll see where the revised version is. And anything that leaves its original, then if it's revised, it's in a revised version, meaning it becomes a hybrid. And so when you study like that, you see everything in history of the 4 hemispheres. But during our journey, me and Cole, after a year of nothing but study, I walked up on that it wasn't important to study colored people's history, because ain't no such thing as a black person. That's an adjective that modifies a noun. If you study the history of colored people, 2/3 of the world is colored people, then you would go into the Caucasus Mountain. So you would have to know the complete history first, if you look like me, to understand what happened, that they don't look like 2/3 of the world, and what happened up there, and why do they rule the world as we speak. And so when we start with their history, which is in the northern hemisphere, in the Masonic Lodge, no warden sits in the north. One of them W's, ask yourself why. Because according to the Masonic knowledge is, that's where the beast man came from. A man that was a beast, and his number was 6. So when we started studying that history in a chronological order, and after 30 some years of it, I can recite that history and see how a person that is born after 1960 don't know what a Negro that was a colored person is. I've asked many of them, some of them had doctor's degrees, master's degrees. Do you know what a Negro that was a colored person is? We don't know what he is. Then the Great Seal of the United States of America belongs to a secret society called the Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons now. That's what they call. That wasn't what they started off in 1776 at Lodge Number 1 in Philadelphia, and it's still there. It's a museum now. You can go check it out, or you can check the history that I'm telling you. Then you would understand that in that belief of the Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons now, they have a degree called the Three Ruffins. That degree tells the Mason how to genocide a nation of people within 400 years. It gives you step by step what to do to them. It says, hit them in the head with a sitting maul. That means take their knowledge away from who they are. Cut his throat, meaning take his tongue away from it. Stab him in the heart with a compass, meaning take the heart of his whole body and you control it. Meaning that after 400 years, which is 18 generation, approximately 18 generation, then that person, through being genocided, would believe that he was a Black African American at this time period. And all the numbers is in. It's been over 400 years. This person would believe that he was a Black African American and that he would have a white face, a Black face, but his mind would be totally white through training you in a school system that you have a doctor's degree with a magna cum laude, summa cum laude, and a cum laude. And when you look like me, then you didn't question what was given to you. You became a believer. That's the degree of what is called the Three Ruffins in the Masonic order, or they lodge, that we didn't know anything about. But
Reverend, I don't mean to stop your flow. It's awesome. Y'all hit the like. Make sure you're respectful in the chat, or you will get put in timeout. Sorry, Reverend. Can you let the people know your degree that you? I don't know if you clarified that you're a Freemason. You were in the lodge. What degree you reached, and also I want you to get into your teachings on the esoteric. You're doing great. But let the people know, were you actually a Freemason? Talk to them about the degree you reached. And Genesis had something also that she wanted to say. Go ahead, Genesis.
Yeah, what?
Genesis, wait 1 second. Genesis, are you there?
Yeah, I just want to clarify whenever he references Ko, that is Baba Yashabai. Him and two other men used to come together and study and teach in the Dallas and all throughout the country. They used to teach, so when he speaks of Ko and the people that he worked with that were studying this information, he's speaking of Baba Yashabai, who is now passed, and may he rest in peace. He just passed on October 31st of this year. So may he rest.
Rest in peace. All right. Thank you so much. So this is another, we have another elder who's coming gracefully to us. Go ahead and get back into, if you would, Reverend, get back into what you achieved in Freemasonry.
Okay.
And then can you get to the lesson about the esoteric of the Bible? Go ahead.
Okay. I've been a member of 5 different secret societies. I reached to the highest level of each one of those secret societies. And I was started being taught the Yaman at 3 years old. Most people know it as a rites of passageway. Well, my rites of passageway were from 3 years old to 18 years old. I went through a rite of rituals that I went through that I learned from a grandmother that was a Crow on my daddy's side that lives 109 years, a full-blooded Cherokee woman, my grandmother, my mama's mama, that lived to be 114, died in 2013. I spend all of my life with them. 1 week I would stay with my daddy's people. 1 week I would stay with my mama's people until I graduated from high school. That's how my life was coming up as a young man. I was taught many knowledge. And sister been to my house. She's seen what, and because Co and I's motto is documentation beats all conversation. Everything that we say is documented. You can, if you don't know where it is, I can tell you what book to look in. One thing about the subhuman, he put his history in a book. He wrote down everything. Then he put his history in a movie. But people that look like us, I used to tell Cole, I know what the curse of Ham is now. It's a person that has a black face and a white mind. He's complete his whole culture and whole being is him. That's what we're dealing with today. Especially if you are a Black African American that's a Christian. If you were the Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, the 5%ers, and the people say they spirituality, then your school of thoughts is different from that of the Christian that's a Black African American. Your school of thought is completely different. Now let's understand, let's look at something. A mind is a school of thoughts. What you've been taught in your mama's womb when you was down there until when you was born, you was hearing down here. When you're born, you start seeing, hearing and seeing, but you first heard, then you see when you get here. Then that's a school of thoughts. That's a mind. That's a mind. That's what a mind is. Nobody never taught you what a mind was, but that's what a mind is. It's a school of thoughts. And when you get here, the person that comes into being has to be trained. And the way that he is trained is the way that he will be. Because at certain levels, you start getting a personality. And the most crucial thing about a personality is the attitude. And if you don't have nobody to send the message from the butt to the brain, then at 5 years old, as my big mama would tell you, use a little more run. Use a little more on the run. You're just running. Have you noticed the children of today's society? Have you just noticed it? It's what my grandmother would tell you. It's what she told me. And so I'm looking at what Big Mama and Big Papa would tell me about different things. I'm looking at it now. I was with the Nation of Islam for 10 years. I was an imam with Jeremiah Farad Muhammad at Mosque number 49 in Dallas, Texas. I traveled with Cole with the Hebrew Israelites, the ones in Chicago. Eli, I think it was the name. And I traveled with Moray Reed in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Cole and I traveled with them for about 10 years. I went through all of these schools of thoughts. That's the reason I understand. You have to go through that. When you go through that, then you have an understanding of what everybody believes in. Now, the people that call themselves Black African Americans as Christians, what we talking about, they don't want to hear it because they ain't gonna change. And you have to, when you searching like you guys are searching, like I searched when I was your age, then you understand what I'm talking about when you reach your journey, that them people that call themselves that is lost.
I have
They
a question.
lost. And the reason they lost is due to the dietary laws. You see, that was the 12 laws of nature. And you couldn't live under grace from your dietary laws. If you do, you be killing yourself. And the reason that you don't understand that is because you don't know how you was born. I mean, I'm talking I'm telling you, I'm talking, when you're talking to me right now, you're talking to Big Mama, both my grandmothers. This is what they taught me. See, your dietary, what you eat is very high. How is you programmed? How is you made? Big Mama would ask me these questions. How are you created? You're created when you come here as a baby. Your diet is liquid. You on a liquid diet. Then you go from a liquid diet to fruitarian and vegetarian. You don't get no molars till you're 3 years old. You can't chew no meat. Now let somebody chew it up for you and feed it to you, which they do. Your body is like, right now, I know all of y'all know, it's like a computer. You programming this body. What you done programmed it in this early, you got to stay with that program. You can't eat pork. You ain't supposed to eat no meat. You was on a liquid diet. Everything was processed in your mouth. Now your stomach ain't supposed to be hanging over like mine is and stuff. It ain't supposed to. Your stomach, you're supposed to stay at a certain level. You got 9 systems in your body called the endocrine system. Those systems got to be hitting on the same key. That's the reason my grandmother, my grandpa, they lived so long. That's why you got record of Methuselah, Moses. They lived by the law. They didn't live under grace from these laws. You're coming into understanding now, people you guys' age, of how to eat to live. Elijah Muhammad told you that in 32. Nobody believed him. The Nation of Islam don't bury too many people. All the guys, I got 4 guys that I call my godson that's with the nation. One of them, the captain down here of the Hakeem. And we play chess every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. they like my children. I've been knowing Hakeem since he was in the 7th grade. He tried to date my daughter, and I told him that she wouldn't take it. That's how long we've been together. Look at how those people are that follow that book, How to Eat to Live. I mean, you see a difference. Look at Farrakhan. Look at his skin
Right.
versus that of
I got to jump in here, Reverend. I want to talk to the audience really quickly. Thank you,
okay.
everyone who's here. Please, please, please hit the like button. Please share this. Yes, this elder is dropping so much knowledge. I told you he's a plethora, a fountain, and of knowledge. I do want to kind of guide you into the area of where I want the people to hear from you. The fascinating information that you were giving me just last evening. I want you to get into teaching about the beginning according to your research, your books, all the Bibles you have, Start talking to us about the esoteric of the Bible. And can you start from the beginning, like you had mentioned, please?
And hold on, I also wanted to like get into the fact that his father was a very high up Mason who ended up leaving the lodge at some point. But he actually was a young guy as a Mason learning from the Masonic. And then,
Genesis.
yep.
When Nepal asks him a question, you take him right off that question again. Let him answer that first question, Genesis. And
Okay.
then you can get in. Yeah, ask him again, Nepal, so he'll know.
Yes, and we got the one and only Sonnetter up here with you, Reverend Whoopazz. We got Sonnetter in the house. So please go ahead and start teaching us from, you said you have like hundreds of Bibles. Go and start doing your lesson about the Bible and from the beginning, and go as deep as you want.
We start with the oldest history that we have.
Yes, sir.
Up to date right now. History begins in ancient Sumeria. You get this book right here. This book here. You can go on YouTube, look up the Anunnakis, look up the giants. You have to who is the Nephilims. You have to look up them. You can find all of this history up there if you are interested in this history. According to what is written in history, given to us by the Zionist Jew, who is the children of Ashkenaz, who is the cousins of the Germanic race of people, Magog, Gog, and Tubal, which we know them today as Great Britain, Russia, Germany, and America. Those are the Germanic tribes. You call them the Jews. They cousins, which is the Germanic tribes, called them Jews. They call them Gohims. That's what they call them. According to the story, Anu created a being to work the mines here on a place called Tamid. You call it Earth. We keep it in this language because as your understanding come through this language. I'll sometimes tell you what it was in the ancient language, because some words that Co and I found out that some words you have to take it all the way back to Hebrew for you to get a clarification of the meaning of what it is, because we're speaking the language of the serpent people, which is read from left to right, which is a bastardized hybrid language of the people that are subhumans. So it states that Anu was creating workers, pardon me, for a place called Nibiria, which is in the 19th galaxy, and in the 12th galaxy where we are, uranium and gold was plentiful. They had sent out scouts and from Nigeria, from the 19th galaxy to here. And when they got 2 moons had came into their planet and created an ozone level, a hole in the ozone, and they had to patch it up with uranium and gold. And let me say this, I would ask Cole when we was study this, we had did everything in a chronological order, year by year. I asked Cole a question is it a coincidence or a coincidence that 1960 we started seeing 2 moons in our ozone? And as we speak now, 2 moons is up there. Was that what? Why is that? You know, that's a good question for us to answer, because we ain't never figured out the why, but the 2 moons is there. And it didn't appear until 1960. You in the daytime, you ain't supposed to see no moon. But in given time, anywhere in America, you're gonna see 2 moons.
You can see the moon in the daytime.
Right. Right. Oh, here in Dallas, you see it all the time. You just don't pay attention. Start paying attention. We have an old saying that Grandpa said, my great grandpa, stay alert, you stay alive. So you should know all of your surroundings. You survey it. You take surveillance of it. And Anu created a being to work the minds, and he called it male and female. These beings were supreme beings like him, and each of these clones is just like, I give you a good example. Star Wars, you know, them white AI soldiers. This is how the story is told in the ancient scrolls before we got here, that I'm giving you illustrations where you could understand what I'm talking about a little bit better, is Star Wars, the clone. To clone another being to work the mind. So you be fruitful and multiply, that's what they put in the book. But you can see this coinciding with what's in the book. They were able to multiply themselves. Now, let's look at a word. Female. That's a compound word. Fe is iron. So the female is the iron male. She's the creator. How is she the creator? She has 450 more degrees than you because she has a womb. And the male doesn't. This being that was created by Anu would be on breath from the female. When the air starts, all the systems in this body starts to operate and multiply itself and start growing. This is how we was created. First, the story says that Anu had twin sons named Enki and Ether. And these, I say this when we was telling the story, these two clowns found out, was there when they daddy was creating this male and female, and they decided to clone by using one's blood or one's blood to clone the other, the male and force. Let's see here, I got a head on myself here. I had some of this stuff wrote down. Okay. Elu, the Lord of air, Enki was the Lord of wisdom. He took the blood of Enki, mixed it with air, and created a human being. Now that was a hybrid. And the way you know that was a hybrid, the human being was named a man and a woe man. Now that woe man is a compound word. WO stands for without man. But she was a female. She could reproduce. This is what Incan here. This created a hybrid. This is what is called eighth day creation. Remember, the Creator rested on the seventh day. And when he woke back up, his twins had created this human being that was a man and a woe man. When you understand that. Now, when this happened, they was down here as what? Workers, slaves. You was created to work. When you get here, what you do when you become a being? Like me and Co say, hell, we worked 2 jobs, 20-some years, taking care of family. You put here to work. You still doing works. You have to work to survive. That's what you was created for. Then something happened. And it happened to the people that lived in the northern hemisphere. They had a galactical war, and some beings from Draconia, the Palladium, from Mars and Venus fell in the northern hemisphere. These beings, which came from these other places, mated with the children of Japheth. Genesis, the 6th chapter of Genesis. They call them gods, but you have to understand go back in the Elf Mali, that's an error in there. They was deities. See, the word God came in the 6th century. Only the Germanic race of people believed in gods. Colored people believed in deities. So you had to understand they wasn't gods, but they was deities that came down and made it with a goddess. That's what the human was right there. When he made it with the God, something happened. Japheth's children, pigmentation left them, and they went down from being a supreme being all the way down to what is known as a Neanderthal. That's his history. But you know, he told us in school that was our history. Their blood became A, B, and AB complex. All human beings' blood is O. Esoteric knowledge, it would be cipher. Germanic race of people taught you that a cipher was an O alt circle. Now, when it becomes a cipher, it's esoteric knowledge. Everybody has cipher blood. Most Black people have O blood, not unless you've been infiltrated by the A blood through slavery. Will a Black person have it? They need O blood to clone. That's the reason. If you got O blood, they're gonna take 6 vials like they did this morning from me. I hadn't given it to them in 3 years. She said she had to have it. Because they get this mouth on them when I don't let them take my blood at the VA and shit. No, you using my blood to clone, and you need my blood for this, because AB and AB complex blood is Reese monkey blood. You can Google that. The pink man, which is a subhuman being who we call white man, is a subhuman being. So you had the supreme human being who was male and female. Then you had the human being, which was male and female. And you had the subhuman being, which is a hybrid that was male and female. They could reproduce each other. Now, are you understanding who you are a little bit better, sister?
Sound like that if you have O blood, you consider a supreme being, but then if you mixed with that extra blood, you're a hybrid.
Yeah, and see, nobody, it's very little people. I would say almost 99% of the people that look like me and you in America don't have pure blood anything. You don't have pure blood. We call a half breed. That's what my mama was. Everybody is mixed blood. My mama daddy was Cherokee and Jew, Ashkenazi. And my mama, she looked just like her people, which I know her people, which she says my people too. But I'm her only dark child. The rest of the children is high yellow. And so it's no more pure people as we speak. And that's a strange thing. How to build a nation, how a nation starts is a group of men. How America got started, we'll take America. A group of men got together in a large number one in Philadelphia, 72 of them. And George Washington was the wishful master. John Hancock was the grand poutineur. They got together and wrote a constitution, a bill of rights, and amendments They wrote this and sent it to England. John Hancock had to sign it first because he was the Grand Poutenay. So when they sent it to England, none of the other people would sign because he had committed treason. So they wanted to see was Cromwell come back over here, and he didn't. He made a treaty with them that they had certain rights, and I think that Mahal, he knows Mahal went back in them treaties. That's the other guy. He did all that research on how many treaties I have this place signed and what they have signed away. So when they did that and created a country, they said they was gonna call it America. The first thing they got them a God. They said that Jesus Christ would be their God, their chief God, and that they was going to use the 1881 King James Bible as their God's book. The 1881 King James Bible had been called the Forbidden Bible by the Roman Catholic Church. You couldn't teach out of it for 350 years. When America told the Pope what they was going to do, the Promus Maximus, what they was going to do, he declared America anti-crisis because that Bible was up on the Paulinian teaching of the Western churches that came into existence with the Church of the Eastern and the Western Church split in the 13th century. When that happened, all of that information there, the next thing they got was a government. They said that there was a federal constitution, republic form of government, and the people that believed in that was called Republicans. This is America. This is what America is right now. When you hear them say we're going to go back like it used to be, meaning that it is not a democracy, it makes no provision for a Democratic Party in a republic, federal constitutional government. You only have the federal party, which the Federalists is going to take over running the United States on their 250th birthday, which is next year, because no Democratic Republican form of government up under the eagle, up under the colors of red, white, and blue has ever lasted for 200 years, starting with Babylon, Assyria, Syria, Persia, Greek, Rome, America. 7 great empires. 7 is perfect. Has never lasted but 250 years. They coming up on the 250th birthday. 2 and 5. You got a cipher sitting over there. It's what? 7. And that 360 degrees means it's airtight. If we're talking Masonic Lodge and using their numbering system, meaning that the old serpent got his tail in his mouth. He ain't zigzagging no more. And that's what we're going to come down to. That's what's coming. You can get ready, ain't nothing you can do about it. And see, but we've been hoodwinked. Cave told, that's in they teaching, in their Masonic order. See, I was taught their order. The Lord's my daddy and my uncles and cousins and the other people in the community that belonged to in Crockett was 4-letter, but they classified themselves as Yarman. They was up under the teaching of people like my great-great-grandfather. He was the last one of them that had that teaching that taught everybody. You see, in my hometown, everybody knew what tribe they came from. See, everybody knew what's tribe. When you became a Black African American, you don't know what tribe you came from. So you got 5 generations of people. I'm the baby boomer generation. Everybody that's baby boomers, they should know the history. And every last one of them can tell you that what I'm saying is the truth. That's the way it was back then. But when you study this knowledge, it's hard to believe if you're a Christian. The history, when you see, like my daddy would say, never believe what anybody say. What's the definition of believer? He said, go do the research, study for yourself before you say that's what you want to be. He said, because you might be finna be a fool. Somebody might fool you. Boy, he tell me, he say, never be a believer. And now, when you study the history of religion, you have to be a believer. If you believe, you got to believe in whatever your religion is. You got to be a believer. But the believer never went and studied what was given to him. What was given, one of the greatest questions I tell anybody to ask, what was given to the emancipated slave in 1870, 155 years ago? What was given to him? And do he have it now? And we follow the history in a chronological order from 1870 to right now of this emancipated slave. Everybody looked like me and you. The federal government carries us as emancipated slaves. We are citizens of the United States, but the government, the federal, which we are up under federal rule, takes us as emancipated slave. What is the definition of an emancipated slave? Is when the government take control over you and take it out the hands of the public. So according to now, the federal government owns you because they carry you as an emancipated slave. Now, how did they say that this emancipated slave would have to live in America, my country? He said, first, you have to get a Christian name, because all of these years, if you weren't a white man, you couldn't be a Christian, because you was classified as 2/3 human. He was an ape. That's his history. But he classified you as an ape. So he gave you Christianity. He said you could either be with the Nicene Creed, you couldn't be First Baptist, but you could be Second Baptist. He said you can be with the Christian Methodist Episcopal, but you had to be colored Methodist Episcopal or African Methodist Episcopal. You couldn't be Christian Methodist Episcopal because you was up under our charter, our jurisdiction, that you would teach what we tell you to teach through theology that we teach in our school system. That's what he told us. He said you would be now here's what that 13, it said, you will be segregated with certain, CERTAIN, rights, RIGHT, certain rights, and you would be segregated. From 1870 to 1970, you was a bad motor scooter. You was Negroes that was colored folks. Had 129 colleges. Has it achieved all kinds of stuff. Although the government give you a Freeman party, a Freeman bank, and Edna took out, according to George Washington book that I have here, said Edna insured that bank for $1 million in 1870. How did that bank go bankrupt? How did we lose the Freeman party? We had your own political party. How? Did one of our baby boomers with a summa cum laude doctor's degree ask that question? Edna's still here. Edna, the history of Edna, they the one finance insured the slaves. I mean, why didn't we ask these questions? Did you ask yourself that? That 100 years that you were segregated, you had 129 accredited colleges. Now you ain't got none. Ain't no more Negroes that was colored folks in college no more, because in 1870, 100 years, Jesse Jackson said he wanted to be a black African American. He was no longer a Negro that was a colored person. And begged Nixon, who was a Republican president, to put that on the census to see how many fools it was. I say, it wasn't but 1 million of them. 2020, 43 million. Got doctor's degrees, summa cum laude. And when you say I'm a black African American, what are you saying? My mama is an African, my dad is a European. I'm a half-breed, meaning you done been totally genocided. When you was up under complete segregation, then you had affirmative action. Once you became integrated, bye-bye. Because of what you said, you asked the government to promote this for you through Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and the Democratic Party. I ain't never voted in my life. My dad would say that he didn't give a damn what cracker get in the White House. He was gonna make the same money. And he wasn't hurting for money. He ran a gambling shack, bootleg, and was a master chef cook that all the rich crackers for 200 and some miles would book daddy. When daddy get through with a Christmas party doing this year, he would book for next year, and he make him give half his money then. And they pay him the other half on that. That's what daddy did. My father. That's how he was teaching me. Let's see. Integration got us where we are now. 55 years you've been integrated. Look at the history of you for these 55 years as being Black African Americans that was Christians and Democrats. Look at your history. You got some bad history. And ain't nobody ever did a State of the Union on you to let you know in a chronological order of how you fell away from who you used to be to what you are now. You went from a closet sissy to a Miss Thing. My uncle was gay. Ain't got nothing about, ain't got no problem with gay person. I had about 15 or 20 in the bands I've had. Me and Butler had a band for 55 years together. I ain't got no problem with them. They ain't got no problem with me. I have them cracked up. But that's what happened. We went down now that look at your Black man now. He got his pants hanging down. We wanted to pull our pants way up high so the women could see what we had. Not our butt. We were looking at their butt. What happened? Do you ask yourself that? What happened to me? Somebody have to come tell you about yourself, and somebody have to come tell you about yourself that don't love you. And I'm that person. I just believe in telling it like it is and not like it was, because it's shown up the other way. I put it like this. I'm just like Brill Cream. I know just a little dab, but do you?
Hey, Reverend. Hey, Reverend Whoopazz.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reverend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reverend Whoopazz, I want to know about the Canaanites, because we've been having this type of debates and discussions. Are the Canaanites African people, or are they Hebrew Israelites? The Canaanites.
They came from Canaan. Those are Canaan's children. They are not Africans, because ain't nobody know nothing about Africa till the 2nd century. They came from the tribes of Canaan. They weren't Africans. That country got renamed Africa in the 2nd century by the Romans. So you wasn't an African over there, you was in a tribe. You was in the tribes of Canaan. If you say you were descendants of the Hebrew Israelite, you was in the tribes of Ephraim, which is Hebrew. 625. When sister was over, you was over here. You seen it on the calendar? On the map?
Yeah, I saw it.
You're okay. Well, you seen what it was. All of this argument right now, I'm a Hebrew, I'm an Israelite. What are you saying? You say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. What you saying? You say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I come from the tribes of Yehuda. Right?
Some people don't call themselves Hebrew Israelites, though.
They say Israelites.
Some of them say Israelites, yeah.
Yeah. So let's look at the history of that tribe of people. See, the Bible, the first 39 books of the Bible is Torah and Tanakh. That's the history of Judah and Israel. Them first 39 books. And in them books, they got a First Chronicle and Second Chronicle. Did anybody read that? So I know Sister, she Napon, she's a good student. She's a good student. Because see, when you're studying the Bible, ask yourself what is wrote about. It's wrote about Israel and Judah, the first 39 books. So that means that you're gonna have to be highly familiar with Judaism. What do they believe in? Their history. 19 kings. Who did they worship? They was pagans.
Yes, sir.
They worship pagan gods. You saying you're a descendant of this Hebrew Israelite. This is what you saying. I don't care what you think. They worship pagan gods. They Baal, Astra, Moloch, the golden calf, Israel. All of those.
You just dropped the bomb. You just dropped the bomb on them, Elder. I think they get
all of them. All of them was pagan gods. So I have no problem with you saying that you're a Hebrew Israelite, but I know your history. I know that you a pagan. I don't have no problem with it. Is that what you want to call yourself? Is that what you want to call yourself? That's your business. But when you talking to Reverend Whoopazz, yeah, I ain't got no problem with you. But you telling me that your ancestors were pagan worshipers.
All right, so answer this one. Are the Africans the true Hamites, or is that all made up stuff right there?
Well, let's look at Jonah F. Blumenbach, a German anthropologist in 1786, said it was a race of people. Now let's look at what this white boy said. He was a German too. He hated something that looked like me and you. He said that the race of people started with the Negro, who was on the left, the Caucasian, which was in the middle, and the Mongolian, which was on the right. Now, when I was sitting down studying, I was reading this book on Jonah F. Blumenbach, I say, Cole, I say, look at here. Here's where racism started. After I had read it about 15 or 20 times, it started hitting on me. Jonah F. Blumenbach and all the Germanic race of people accepted that as truth and teach it in their school. He said all the Negro tribes, he put on the end, ite, I-T-E. Look that word up, ite, because I looked that word. He said that you were a Hamite, Canaanite, Jebusite. He put ite there on it. Now, let's go over to the right with the Mongolians. He said that anybody that was Mongolian, he put the Nice boys on them. They became the Chinese, the Burmese, the Taiwanese, the Japanese. Here's where racism started. He said that the Caucasian that was in the middle was a what? A German, Scottish man, English man, and he was superior. He was the only man, if you was from the Southern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere, you was the white boys. If you over here, you Mongol, you Chinese, Japanese, Korean, all the Asian people, you the niece boys. But he was the only man on earth. That's what racism started. Don't you think so? Was right there with Jonah F. Blumenbach and Robert A. Cunningham. These are facts. See, documentation beats all conversation. These are facts. This is where this racism of the Caucasian race of people, the Germanic race of people, it got started when they said it was a race of people. The Creator ain't created no race of people. How could you be a race of people and see the Creator made you unique? Ain't nobody got them 4 prints. Your fingerprint, eye print, toe print.
Elder, real quick, Elder. Where's the book that you can find it with Robert Cunningham? What is that writing? Can you tell the people?
Well, just Google Robert A. Cunningham, baby. You don't have to go to the books like I had to. You can Google Wooga, Google Wooga, Google Wooga. Jonah F. Blumenbach, German College, gave to the Germanic race of people what race they came from. See, he don't hide his history. I was telling you, he don't. That's what I like about him. That Germanic, that subhuman shit. He wrote down everything. He didn't stop. So ain't no such thing as a Canaanite and all of that. That's what the white boy laid that thing on you.
Made that up. Thank you. So now that you cleared it up and showed that the Israelites are nothing but pagans, that's good. What about Jesus? Was Jesus a real man of Savior? Was he a real entity? Was he literal?
Well, right now, you should know, when just using common sense, allegories. What is allegory? A good poem. I mean, when you look at my map the other day, you see, you could realize that the Bible is allegory. Got signs, symbols, and numbers in it, but it's an allegory, and it's an occult book. And you had to understand the occult and how it's written and what occult it came out of. What school of thoughts is this secret society that this book came out of? That's what you have to realize about the Bible. The Bible, that's what you have to first realize that. I mean, that's the way it is. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And so all you have to do is Google this stuff now. Now, how could anybody be named Jesus when there was no J's in everybody's language until when? 13th century. So you was given.
So they say Yahuwah.
Yahuwah is a statement.
No, Yeshua.
Yeshua is a statement. Yahweh is a statement. The ways of Yah. Yah's salvation. Yah's salvation. Now, who is Yah?
Good question.
That's the next question. Let's go to Psalm 68 and 4.
Oh man.
Hold on, let me pull it up. What did you say? Psalms what?
Psalm 68 and 4.
Psalm 60, verse 84, you said?
It's 68 and 4.
Oh, Psalm 68 and 4. Okay, go ahead. Psalm 68 and 4. Okay. All righty. Let's take a look here. I'm going to share the screen for you right now. Y'all hit the like button. I know you're
shoot in secret a perfect suddenly.
I'm showing it on the screen, honey.
Okay, go ahead.
So here it is. Okay, so we got it shared right now. For some reason, my stuff is weird. Okay, so go ahead, Reverend Whoopazz.
Psalm 68:4 say, let me get my book
Sign
right.
unto God, sing praises to his name. Extol him that rideth upon the heavens by his name, Yah, and rejoice
Okay,
before him.
hold it right there. It's J-A-H. Now, that was translated out of the 1611 book, which is I-A-H, which is Greek. Translated out of Hebrew, Y-A-H. So that would be Yah, as we know
Strong's
it. Wait a
3050.
minute now. If it said the
Yah.
God of heaven is Y-A-H, Y-A-H is in its feminine form, Y-A is the masculine form. Y-A-H is Amen Yah, Y-A is Aben Yah.
You're gonna have to
So
cook a little. Wait,
the
you're gonna have to
God,
let that simmer. Wait. We need to let
the
that
God,
simmer.
the
What do you
God of
mean by
heaven,
that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by masculine and feminine? You got to help us with that.
Hebrew
Please.
language is masculine and feminine. The only language that ain't masculine and feminine is this language that we communicating in now.
So Yah, you're saying Yah is a feminine word? The
Yah is feminine. Y-A-H. Y-A. So the God of heaven is a female. It ain't a male.
Nepal, you on something?
That's Hellenistic. Me and Cole been knowing this for 50 years. Shit, what you talking about?
There it is for the smoke.
The God of heaven is female. Mother Nature.
Come on.
Listen. One time, I got a lecture. I have to get it out. Break down the male body and the female body. The female body is 450 more degrees than the male body because she has a womb. She can reproduce. The only reason that now, if you go back into this white boy's history, starting with Odin, that's his god. Odin became Wooten, Wooten became Guten, and Guten became God in the 6th century. Now, this white boy had goddess. They believed in, and the goddess, she lived in Avalon, and the Odin lived in Valhalla. And if you had to die with your sword in your hand to get to Valhalla. If you didn't, you would wander in Hades, which you call hell, which got renamed hell, and Valhalla got renamed heaven. So you had to know what the white boy believed in to understand what the truths that come. See, everything is Hellenism with him, meaning male chauvinist. How you get here? You got to come through a female. You hooked up to her breath. You have her blood. You do not have your daddy's blood. I'm going to tell you like Big Mama would tell you. You have your daddy's old, ignorant, hereditary genetic traits. That's where you get from him. That's why you look like him. That's what Big Mama told me once upon a time. Your blood comes from your mama. You hooked up to her. She keeps your butt alive because the way you was designed was that you had to have what? Ruach, breath. You only die when your lungs quit pumping.
And can I say this, Elder, doesn't the scripture say the blood of the life is in the blood of the person?
Right. It's oxygen now. What you think? Your blood is
And that's
oxygen.
deep. That's deep. He said your mama get your blood is from your mom's body. Your DNA
Your
is from your
blood
mother
comes
and
from your
father.
mama.
But the
Your
blood
blood
is
don't
from your
come from
mom.
your daddy. You ain't hooked up to your daddy. They trying to
Ooh,
have that
let me go
hookup
with
though.
bomb on that
God
one, y'all.
damn.
I gotta go with bomb.
Yo, Reverend Whoop Ass.
They trying to hook it
Reverend
up
Whoop
though.
Ass is whooping ass tonight, man. For real.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
good. That's good.
So you
I mean-
telling me, Reverend Whoop Ass, I've been worshiping the male God all this time, and it's really a female because God said he created man.
It's a female.
Oh man.
You got Abanya and you got Amanya. You know, and way Cole used to teach it, he say, you remember when you asked mama to do something and she wouldn't do, you holler, oh ma, oh ma.
Oh,
You
mom.
speaking you speaking your language and didn't even know it. Another thing that Cole and I noticed that around about 1970, because we was finna put up a billboard because Brother Blue and his family had made a lot of songs for y'all. I got a lot of songs praising y'all, which we had never seen. And then we noticed Cole said the information getting out there, Brother Dubois. He said, look at how these children has been named. Shawana. If you notice, it's just in all of the Abagadaha, you can see them in the names. He said that energy is coming back in. Cole used to say, because we did a tape. What's in the name? Okay. Your name, which is your statement, if you pick it from our language, it means something. Just like Napa, that means breath or blacksmith. I call her a blacksmith today.
Hold up, you said Napa? You said Napa?
Yeah, look it up. Look it up.
See that Nepal, when they thought they was dissing you, they was really giving
Nepal.
Nepal.
Look that name up. I got a etymology book that I looked up her name to see what kind of energy she had. And so she's vibrating on the energy that her name is.
Wow, all praises. Thank you.
And see, everybody, if you got, you tell me your name and I'll look up what it means, and you're more than likely vibrating, because I've noticed everybody that's got them names is vibrating on that energy. Because see, one thing that when I was imam for 10 years with the nation, something that old man Elijah, my daughter got some tapes by old man Elijah, and I drove truck 45 years, and I would listen to old man Elijah teaching, and it was hard. Those tapes was old, and the way he speak, you had to really, really listen. So my route was from here to Colorado, so I had plenty of time to listen. He said something on one of his tape that rung a bell with me is, you don't change your mind till you change your name.
That's
now
good.
all of y'all done. He say, you gonna think like a white man, cause that energy on you, as long as you introduce yourself as that name. He said you have to change your name. That's why he put X on all of his people's name, to change the energy of Yaku, the devil. I thought about what he said, and he was absolutely right. That's where me and Cole went through about 4 or 5 different names. Because when I was with the nation, I was Daoud.
So you were born in the 40s, yes?
Huh?
You were 40s baby. 1940s?
Yes.
When I was born?
Yes, you was born like in the 1940s.
Yeah, 46.
Okay. I wish we would have started this off by asking you stuff like, what was it like for you growing up during that time? During that time when racism was so high that you could cut it in the atmosphere with a knife. That's what I wish we would have started off with. Because I know you got some stories, bro.
Listen, that at 5 years old, I was diagnosed with asthma at birth. And the doctors in Crockett said there was nothing else they could do. So they started sending me to John C. Hospital in Galveston, Texas. The first 6 seats on the bus, the Trailway bus, was for colored people. It was the colored section. The rest of the seats was for white people.
Mm-hmm.
My daddy would have to take blankets so I could sleep on the floor of the bus with the seats was empty up front, but I had to sleep on the floor because I was colored.
Damn.
I never will forget that. I'm 5, 6 years old, brother. And we played the same fare that the white folks played.
Right.
But you could not sit in them seats. I had to sleep on the floor. Most of the men would give the women the seat and they would stand up in the aisle. And that's the way it was, little brother.
Have you seen oh, go ahead.
You couldn't drink out of their water fountain.
Right.
You know, like you was at the courthouse.
Uh-huh.
You couldn't go in their restroom. It had color for colored only. Now I'm finna lay something heavy on you. The Dairy Queen. Whataburger. When you go through the drive-through window, what window is you going through? You going through the window where colored people had to go through. You couldn't go to the front window.
Wow.
You had to go to the drive-through window.
Oh,
that was your window. They had that window there was used now as the drive-through was for colored people.
Oh my God, that's giving
all the way up until 1970.
So drive-through was segregation, literally.
It was for this. If you wanted anything from the Dairy Queen or Whataburger, and there was one more other one.
Oh wow! You couldn't go in McDonald's.
You couldn't go in. You had to go to that window and wait.
Oh,
you had to order your food at that window.
Damn.
It wasn't no drive-through. That was your window. You stood in line at that window.
Can I say this, Elder, real quick? Hold that thought, because that makes a lot of sense. Because where we live, there's a place called Pete's, and it's been there since like the 40s. And it only has a walk-up window. You can't walk in. So it's in like an urban area. So it was only for Black people, for our people. And it was only walk-up. You could never go inside. So that makes a lot of sense. I always wondered why they didn't have a dining area.
They got pictures of what I just said, sweetheart. I've seen it on Facebook.
Wow.
But in my hometown, they post a lot of old pictures on Facebook. In my home, that was the color print. Now, when you go to the movie, the balcony, what we call the crow's nest, that was where you sit. And we used to spit on them down there.
Yeah, that's right. Let me ask you, man. Have you ever got a chance to meet Malcolm X in person or Elijah Muhammad?
No,
What type of movement was you into coming up?
no, I never met Malcolm, and I never met Elijah Muhammad, but I was in Chicago when Malcolm got killed. I was stationed at Great Lakes, Illinois. And how I got knowing the Nation of Islam, one of the sailors, Drew, was with the Nation, and he was from Chicago, and he had a pretty sister, so he wanted me to. So I would go home on the weekends with them. That's where I found out about the Nation of Islam. I didn't understand their teaching, just like I got introduced to Dr. York. I didn't understand his teaching until later on. My son, when he got stationed in North Carolina, and he came home, he had all of York's books. He said, Dad, he said, you need to read this book. He's saying the same thing that you say and Pop said. My daddy, when he was a young man, Daddy was teaching him the knowledge. And I'm fortunate that my son is 12 days older than my baby brother. My son was born August the 1st in 1970. My baby brother was born August the 12th in 1970. Mom and Daddy had a baby when she was 49 and Daddy was 59. They had a child at that age. And my son and my baby brother, they grew up together. And especially when school was out, he would go stay with Daddy. But he brought those books to me, and I started entertaining him. And it wasn't nothing but Masonic knowledge. I mean, he was teaching what Grandpa had taught, great Grandpa had taught me with the Masonry. What they classified themselves as Yaman. You know, that's what me and Cole call ourselves, Yaman. We didn't call it ourselves elders and nothing like that. And then Cole went off into Ephi. And when he went off into Ephi, he said, the why? He said, you know, I'm Ephi, you know. I said, yeah. He said, you got any problem with Ephi? I said, no, why would you say that? He said, well, you know how you are. I say, Ephi is a way of life. Those are wasn't called gods. They was called deities. White boy called them gods. It said you was practicing voodoo. And he's the one that practiced voodoo, because voodoo is practiced with the old Black religion, a belief mixed with Christianity. And see, and I told him I didn't have any problem with it, and he traveled a long ways with Babylon. And Ephi is everything before it was called religion was called a way of life. It wasn't called no religion in 4000 in BC. It was called a religion, and it was called a way of life. And that's what Ephi is. It's a way of life. The same way with Islam and Judaism. Wait, just hold it a minute.
Sa, thank you and Nepal for allowing me to have my guest here, because, you know, it's one thing to have it on my little channel, but it's another thing to give him a platform. You know, when our elders get a certain age.
All right. Somebody
Genesis, I like this elder right here. He goes in. But I want to ask, hey, first let me ask you, how did you get the title Reverend Whoopazz? How did you get that title?
That was what everybody in Crockett called my daddy. When he died, I took his title.
Yeah.
In my hometown, everybody got tribal name. most everybody have a tribal name.
Right, right.
If I'm known as Little Hawk, my daddy was Big Hawk, my grandpa was Red Hawk, and my great grandpa was Crazy Hawk. And
Wow.
the way the great grandpa, he would ask you a question. He'd say, "How you think that grandpa get his eagle feathers to make a wall bonnet?" I don't have no gun. Bow and arrow couldn't. He said in that day and period, bow and arrow couldn't. So they trained hawks. You take a male and a female young hawk and a female old hawk. This male and female that's young got to be born the same time, and grandpa trained them that the young hawks agitate the buzzard. They go up and fly up and buzz on him, and when they get in a certain position, that the old female hawk would dive, a falcon hawk dive 80 miles an hour and would cut the eagle's head straight off, and he fall to the ground.
Wow.
That's how they got they
name
to make the bonnet.
All right, so let me ask you, being that they all come in the name and the attribute of the hawk, does this have anything to do with Indians?
Well,
have you ever been told that you were a Native American Indian, or
well, I'm gonna tell you like great grandpa would tell you, we ain't neither one of them. An Indian is a citizen of India. That white boy was lost when he renamed. So you got to watch white folks. This subhuman, he renames you. He renamed you. He called you in, and they teaching it in their school. You ain't no Indian. Look it up and Google it.
Aboriginal? So you saying that there's no Aboriginal?
You ain't no like Aboriginal. You didn't believe. What did you believe? You believe that you came from a tribe. The people over here believe that they came. You came from the Comanches, the Sioux, the Washita, the Arapaho, and you was you was a confederation that where you see America. This belonged to what it's called the Creek Nation, the Confederation. America, all of our people that got renamed, Negroes that was colored people, and then Indians, we lived here. All of these tribes, the Comanches, and that ain't their name. You have to have Mahal here to tell you. And he's one of the chiefs. He's purebred Cherokee. He speaks 5 different languages to what it was before the white boy renamed every tribe over here. But for studying, we have to do the name that, well, you know. We all lived in America. I think about 20 or 30 states is named after the tribes. Arkansas, Georgia, Delaware, all of these people, these were the people that was in the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere, the biggest tribes of people over here was the Olmec. They was builders. And if you notice that the Olmec who got named Mexicans is building everything now. The pyramids in Mexico is 10,000 years older than the pyramid in Africa. Hell, these people was building the pyramid. He was our brothers over here before an African even knowed how to build a pyramid. And the only reason that the African know how to build a pyramid is because when they used to travel back and forth, some of them got left over there, stayed over there. They swapped out. But the Olmec, the Aztec, the Mike, Maya and the Incas, this is our country. They call it South America. All of that belonged to the Inca. All of that belonged to the Caribbean people down in the Isles. All of this over here was colored people. Well, nothing over here white. Well, nothing over here white to October the 23rd, 935, when Leif Erich the Red came over here. And you can Google, I find it very simply amazing that Leif Erich the Red is a national holiday. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Brother, Leif Erich the Red is a national holiday. You probably wasn't taught who Leif Erich the Red was in school, but I was.
Who was Leif Erich the Red?
Huh?
Who was he?
He was a Viking. He was the first Viking white man that came over here in 935, and he met the Wampum and the Pawnee up there, and they whooped his butt and sent his butt back to Greenland. But it's a national American holiday. Google Leif Erich the Red Day. They ain't never told us about that, but the American holiday, meaning that the American, the person that they classify as an American, that's we the people. The American, it ain't you people. See,
all right.
Because when that Constitution was wrote and they say we the people, most of the people they call Indian was on the reservation, and all the blacks that was called themselves Africans, you was on the plantation in May the 1st, 1776. And see, the Civil War was not fought for your freedom. The word freedom, look it up, means one who is free from government rule. That's the definition of freedom. So tell me, who in the hell is free in the world? Because there's 100 uncivilized tribes that live in the Western field over here, 2 in Africa, 2 in India. Hell, they got tribal government. So ain't no damn body free. And you here running around hollering you free. Shit.
Okay, let me ask you, were black people here before Christopher Columbus?
Colored people was here.
No, was black people here? Was black people here in America?
Black.
Yeah, before Christopher Columbus.
No, the word black ain't a color. It was some colored people here.
Okay,
the word,
talk about it.
The black is an adjective.
Right.
That modifies a noun. So a noun is the name of a person, place, or thing. That's you, right?
Right.
And then when you believe that you black, that's an adjective. Somebody done modified you. What's the definition of modified? It means somebody done changed you. Meaning your way of thinking is that of a white man. You got to be straight with me. We got to use correct language so we can get out of this gospel that we in. That's what me and Cole understood. See, everything got to be in a chronological order. Ain't no such thing as a black person. That didn't come into existence until 1930. If you'd have called me black when I was in school, you forget how to fight. You better not forget how to fight. You couldn't call nobody black.
I agree with you. You're right. You're right.
Up.
Those were fighting words back then.
And if you call somebody a bitch and a hoe, you got problem with their family.
Right.
Y'all don't have no. That generation after this, they don't have no problem with it. See, I remember a generation that called themselves soul sisters and soul brothers.
Right.
And now I live in a generation that call themselves dogs and fools, bitches and hoes.
Right.
See, I live in this generation now. But I remember when somebody looked like us was soul sisters and soul brothers. That's how we addressed each other as soul sisters. Now you address each other people born after 1970, 1980, 2000 is what's up, bitch, hoe, dog, or fool. Well, what is the definition of a bitch and a hoe and a dog and a fool? That's the reason I know that you're suffering from a mental goddamn condition called genocide. You've been
Right.
genocided. You're suffering
Hey,
from a mental condition.
I want to ask you this before you go, because I don't want to leave this off. This is very important. Can you talk to us more about the God of the Bible and Israelites as far as being female? Because a lot of men, they worship the peanuts. Hold up. A lot of men, they worship the peanuts today. They don't worship the woman. They don't want to hear no God being a woman, man. They worship the peanuts. So talk to us about that.
Well, you know, when you see this, you know one thing. That person, that group of people has been totally genocided. It's just like this. I did a lecture maybe about a month ago and did some research. You have 980 million people in America that's suffering from mental illness. And it was classified as mental illness all the way up until 1990. It is 980 million people that don't know the difference between a male and a female. You got 900 and that many people in the LGBT community. They don't know they suffering from mental illness, the difference between a male and a female. You got the male say he's the female, and you got the female that says she's the male. And then they got these good names from what they call them, studs and all kinds of names they done derived up, and transection and all of that stuff. But you're sick. You're suffering from a mental illness. I ain't got no problem with it, what you be or what you call. I know that you're mentally ill. That's what I know about you. And don't mind telling you. My uncle was gay. He lived to be 87 years old. I had cousins gay, got cousins now gay. Shoot. But they know me. I talk to them. I got many friends that's gay. A lot of gay musicians out here. Whole lot of them. But they all rap and talk with me, Paul. And so, but that's what you have to realize is where the point you is now. You're supposed to be a seer. So ain't no such thing, ain't no more prophets. All the prophets is dead. But you be a seer. You looking at what you done read about come into play, because history repeats itself. You the same old person that you was during the time of Sodom and Gomorrah right now. The whole world. Look at the history of Sodom and Gomorrah. What was it? Homosexuality? Homosexuality wasn't at its peak when I was 20 years old. Homosexuality wasn't at its peak when I was 40 years old. Homosexuality wasn't at its peak when I was 60 years old. But when I become 80 years old, homosexuality is at its peak due to your African-American president, Barack Obama. Why do you think that Trump is disbanding the power that he gave to the LGBT community? Why you think that? Why you think everything is standing down on them now? Can't do it overnight. Take some time, but why you think that they're doing that? Why you think he said he's gonna go back? I remember the time when certain songs that they playing on the thing, you couldn't even play that. You couldn't even play Annie Had a Baby. She couldn't work no more. Now I got my butt beat behind that song. Hank Ballinger in the Midnighter put that song out. And I was singing it at school. And the principal called me. I got a butt whooping at the school, and he called my dad, and I got a butt whooping there. For saying Annie had a baby, she couldn't work no more. When I looked at TV in the 50s and the 60s, because the TV came out in about 50, Daddy bought one and put one in the pool hall and one in the house. And he charged you a nickel to look at the fight, which was on damn almost every night at the pool hall. There wasn't no pornography on that TV. You never seen nobody sleeping with each other on that TV. You never seen when Elvis Presley started shaking his butt, that was a scoundrel. They wanted to arrest him. You didn't see none of that. But look what you see now. Look what your child see now. And you wonder what's wrong with the people now? Be a seer. You have, all of y'all have the knowledge that's studied this knowledge. You have the ability to be a seer. And you don't want your family and your and your people, especially your babies, to fall in that mix, to fall in that crowd. You got to realize that your children, if they go into public school, is away from you. That's when it's best to home train your children. You got no business sending your children to a school that teaches that we are Black African Americans, and that we are Indians, and that we free, and that we that. You should be teaching your children home economic and agriculture, how to grow. Because see, when we switch over to this new government, you got something to sell the federal government. Yeah, you got juice with him. You can survive. Like the Nation of Islam, they got something to sell him. They got farms. And the way they broke it, they took away. See, it was by that they did away with all the black farms and stuff. See, if you trace the history of us, you should see that starting from 69 all the way back, if a leader cropped up, what they do, they kill him. If somebody cropped up like Jane Barham, Bobby Womack, that tried to show us how to have finance, they get him from left, they put him in prison. Tax evasion, they always gonna get you on tax. Take all of our famous people, the government broke them. You'll get them, Cassius Clay, Bill Crosby, and get you for tax. Johnny Taylor, look how many people they got for tax. That look like me and you. That's the old game they played on us. We fell for that, but we're not aware of what has been, especially people your age, you're not aware of it. I'm telling you about it, and you seeing what I'm saying. Don't believe nothing that I say, but I damn sure bet you can see what I'm saying. And you make the decision for yourself. Don't let nobody make you make your decision. That's what the mind today has got to be taught. Your dietary laws, what you eat, you got to do that for your children. You can't let your children do that. Try to lose weight if you can. You have to, because the weight hurts your heart. You have to bag back. I eat 1 meal a day. I've been eating 1 meal a day a long time. What everybody said was a lie in 1930 when Elijah Muhammad wrote How to Eat to Live, well, all the scientists, all the doctors is agreeing with him, if you ever read that book, of what he said, that we said he was a damn fool. I know what they said. I was back there at the time, especially if you was a Christian. That man crazy. Tell me I can't eat no chitlins. Tell me I can't eat my pig feet, my hog maw, my pig tail, my souse, my hang down. Well, you wasn't lying. My rat cheese. You can't put that into your body. If you put that into your body after the third generation, now look at something. A generation ain't 33 years like this white boy said it is. A generation is 12 years. Why is it 12 years? Because a female can reproduce at 12 years old. She comes into a cycle. That's begin another generation. So 3 generations ain't but 36 years. So in 36 years, they can genocide you. It's being the gene pool. It used to be that children wasn't born gay. They born gay now. Yeah, that's me and Cole used to spot them at 2 years old from the way they act. And the parent is letting them act that way. My uncle that was gay, I asked him, why were you gay? He said, Mama, who I call Big Mama, she let me dress up like Dorothy because I wanted to be like Dorothy because she was so beautiful. Him and Mama look alike. They both was high yellow with straight, long black hair. But Big Mama would let him dress up like Mama. So when he went to college, they recognized this in him, and one of his professors turned him out. That's what he told me, at Paul Quinn, when he went to college. You can't do that with your children. I don't know what in the world Big Mama was thinking about, but she let him do it. That's what Uncle Bubba told me before he died.
So how do we get back? How can we get back on track as far as teaching our young men, our young brothers out there, that the God
people like you
is that woman?
People that believe like you is look at people that believe like you believe you wasn't here 15 years ago. I mean, me and Cole started seeing that. I mean, we started seeing that this person born after 1980, 99% of them ain't gonna go to no church. They ain't believing in no Jesus Christ stuff. They are a different generation of people. Like I said, when you start dealing with them generations, when you get into that millennium generation and that X generation, they got another belief. And they got a belief that you have to answer certain things because they ain't gonna believe in no God named Jesus Christ. They ain't gonna believe in it. And you ain't gonna get them to believe that when they're 20 years old. I had to go to church. People that were, I didn't go, but people my age, they went. It was a custom, a routine. I mean, just like it is now, it's a custom to the people that go to church. It's a custom. It's something to do on Sunday. You get your feel good for an hour. If you sanctified, you shouting, dress fall over your head, eyes roll in the back of your head, speaking tongues that nobody understands. You go through this ritual, and then you go home. Same thing that you left at home, and you don't have that feeling the next Sunday. You get the Holy Ghost, they call it. Well, it's a certain group of people out here, they ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do that. And I look at something, I used to tell Cole, I said, you know, they made a good prediction in the Bible when they say only 144,000 people would understand. And they predicted that. Well, that's just about right. That's what I used to tell Cole. I said, cause man, look how long we've been teaching, and look how many students that we got that kept the path. But we had a lot of students. We had a lot of people. But we noticed that some of those people, they was good students. They broke the path. They couldn't stay away from Christianity, and they couldn't stay away from that hog. And I know one person that went back, he had broke himself for over 4 or 5 years to be a vegetarian.
I asked you a question. How do we get back on track as far as the woman deity? Instead of men worshiping the peanuts, they need to get back to the vagina. How do men get back to the vagina, sir? That's what I'm at.
You got to train your son.
Okay.
In other words, you got to. Let me tell you something. I never drank in my life. I never smoked a cigarette in my life. But for 75 years, I smoked kiff. And we had so much respect that if Big Mama showed up, I'd lose my high. Because I didn't want her to see that. You ain't got that no more. You got to train your son and your daughters to respect the old folks. And that it is no more. Okay, you are you familiar with the moral law?
What is it? What is the moral law?
It's 613 moral laws that everybody live up under grace for. You got to have moral. You had a standard of the way that people taught. See, when you're talking about the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, the children was raised up under the law. The law went away in 1970 when they took it out of the school system. The same law that was in the colored community, that was in the white community was the same. But when it comes to raising a child, you had curfews, you had certain things you couldn't do, you had certain time to go to bed, and you had chores. Well, you don't have that no more. In other words, you got to, if you want to go back, you got to go back into a set of rules. If you and your group have to get together and set of rules or guidelines of how we gonna raise our children, because it's the children now. You got to catch him before he is 5 years old.
Yes, I agree. Now, you know, we talked about the white man's Christianity, but somehow we can't finish this conversation without talking about Allah and Islam. So, are you familiar with Allah and Allat? Did Allah also have a female deity first? Because you know we had Allat that a lot of people talk about. Talk to us about that.
Allah, Allat, and Ali.
Uh-oh. Okay.
No, it's 3 of them. I got it. You see this book here?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna blow it up.
The Encyclopedia of God.
Woo! 2,500 deities. Okay.
Oh, I got one heavier than that.
Oh man, I would like to have that.
What about this one?
Yeah.
330,000
Yes.
gods.
Yes.
They name and what race of people?
Oh man, that's awesome right there.
They're supposed to be the daughters of Allah.
Okay.
Islam.
Now, if they're supposed to be the daughters of Allah, where's the woman? Where's the woman in this situation?
Well, let's ask ourselves a question. Islam is an old pagan religion that worship the moon god. Christianity worship the sun god, which is male.
But hold on. Yes, you're right. You're right. Go ahead. You're right, brother. God, you're going in.
See, you already know what I'm talking about, but you just like old dead Barry, you need jump starting.
That's right.
and once me and Cole jump start you, hell, you wake up. I've been
That's right. It. That's right.
So you they don't hide nothing. It's just you got to sit down and reason. You know, the book say, "Come, let us reason together." I like that. I like that statement. That if we come, let's reason together. You don't have to argue and fuss. Just reason.
Now let's get back to Allah.
Now, when you
give us a little lesson on that.
Oh shoot! I didn't have all of that, but I have
off the cap, off the dome.
Oh, okay. This chart right here.
Yeah.
This chart here is Islam in a chronological order. When it first came into existence, how it got started, and what is what, the whole history in a chronological all the way up into now. And see, it's one thing that you have to understand about Islam is that Islam was the Ottoman and the Turks really enforced had a for Islam to be spread came through the Ottoman and the Turks. You had to understand the Byzantine. Are you familiar with the history of the Byzantine? That history of Christianity? You can't understand Christianity until you know the history of the Byzantine. And because that time period there was dealing with the Crusaders and the Knights and those tribes up there. So the Ishmaelites is who you're dealing with. This is what they call the suicide bombers. They had the dressers and the assassins. They came out of these tribes of people of the children of Ishmael. And that's who the Muslim is. And it spread it through the Ottoman. And I tell you some movies, you can go on YouTube. If you got Fire Stick, pull up the Ottoman. They got these movies. The Ottoman, the Byzantine time, the Crusade of Heaven, the Crusaders. You all of that history is the Kingdom of Heaven is a real good movie, because that's when it shows you in that movie the history of when the Muslim, the Christian, and the Jew, they all was in Jerusalem at one time, and they all ruled equal. They all believed in the ways of Abraham. See, those religions supposed to be in the ways of Abraham. And see, it wasn't called a religion, it was called the way.
The way of life, right? So you talk about the fact that, okay, I want you
the
to
way
break
of life.
down even the understanding of God.
Just like
Here's the
Ephi.
question.
Ephi is the way
It's
of
a way of
life.
life, yes. Here's the
Buddhism
question.
is the way of Buddha, is
Right,
life.
right,
Confucianism, the way of life. They teach the way of life.
right.
They
So here's
didn't
the
teach
question.
it didn't become
Religion,
a
right.
religion. It didn't become a religion till 4000 BC. But it was called the way before it was called a religion. The
And here's a
way.
question I want to ask. Like, okay, so I remember you talked about even the thing about Jesus the Christ, and how that really came from
Oh,
Hinduism.
you in your Bible, you got 3 different Jesus. Did you not know that?
Let's go into it. And we're about to open up the panel because I want you to break down that whole thing about
The
Jesus real quick,
first,
and then we're
the
going to open up the
first,
panel because you've been on fire.
the
So
first. Where my Bible at? Well, I don't memorize it, but I would like to show it. Okay.
he was teaching us about
Right,
how
here it
Jesus
is.
actually is a Christian.
It is right up under me. If it's been a snake, it'd have bit me.
And the 18th,
the first, you got 3. When you studying the Bible, there's 3 Jesus. 2 of the Jesus believes in the ways of Abraham. 1 of the Jesus believe in the ways of Paul. And you read about Jesus the Nazarene. So we ask ourselves a question: what is a Nazarene? The Nazarene was the most strictest sect of the Yehuda and Yasharal at that time period. They would stay straight by the law. They didn't deviate from the laws, not the Nazarene. Paul was essence. Then in the book Acts, you read Bar Jesus. If you got a King James, Family Dollar Store Bible, it'll tell you up under there, Bar Jesus. Bar in Hebrew means son of Jesus. So you just found out that Jesus had a son that's in the Bible that Paul talked about. Jesus, the Christ, came 275 years after the death of Jesus the Nazarene.
All right. You got to stop. You got to stop for a minute. You said okay. Jesus had a son that Paul talked about. Where could I find that? Who is this?
Who is this?
Yeah, who is this son? Where could I find that at? What scripture?
I'm finna find it for you. I'm holding my Bible in the hand.
I thought Jesus was a virgin.
I tell you what. Okay, here it is. Acts. I ain't talked this in so long. It's Acts. The code used to handle all of this. Acts, the 13th chapter, the 6th verse. What did it say?
I don't know that.
And when they had gone through the Isles of Patmos, they found they certain, Paul called him a sorcerer, a false prophet, a Jew, whose name was Bar Jesus, son of Jesus.
There is, hold on. So yeah, Jesus, hold on. There's a thing called Bar Jesus in Acts 3:13-6. Bar Jesus. There's a thing called Bar Jesus.
Look at it. It in my Bible. Let me let you read it in my Bible.
No, I got the actual. I'm gonna show it here on the screen. Hold on. It's 13 and 6 through 12. Hold on. Let me just
Do
close
you see
this.
my Bible where it says Son of Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
No, hold up. Say that again. Your Bible.
We can't see it. Well, hold on. It's not showing on the screen. All right, go ahead. Zoom it in. Let's see.
Let's see.
All right, let me see. Where's that at? How old is your Bible? Your Bible is the what?
I got a dollar. I got a dollar store.
What version?
Acts 13,
yes,
verse 6.
Right, but I'm saying
I'm about to show it to you. Hold on.
What version are you reading? Are you reading the King James or who?
I'm reading King James 1881 Bible. That's what Christianity is.
Okay.
It follows that Bible. It don't follow no other Bible.
81. Oh man. Woo! Apostle is gonna be mad at this. He's probably watching right now.
Oh, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go over here. See,
okay, I think I have it in the back. So
now,
show my screen.
Hold up, Genesis. He's getting ready to go in. Hold up.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, now go to 2 Timothy. Verses 2 and 8. Read what that say.
It says, remember that seed. Oh shit, remember that seed. Remember that Jesus Christ of the seed of David.
Hey, what Bible you reading out of?
I'm reading the King James, KJV.
King James,
it says
1881. This Bible here says, remember that Jesus Christ
of the seed of David was raised from the dead according to the gospel.
No, according to my gospel.
Yes.
Did it read my gospel?
Yes, it did.
Well, what is mine? What is that?
That's you.
Huh?
That's it.
Huh? That means Paul said he raised Jesus the Christ out of the graves according to his gospel. Now, let's look at this word Christ. Christ is Krishna. Let's do the etymologies on it. Krishna is Shiva's child, Hinduism. So when you worship the Paulinian doctrine, which you up under the Western Church or the Protestant churches, then you worshiping Mitraism, which is Hinduism, because you believe in Jesus the Christ teaching, which live up under grace from the law, and Jesus the Nazarene, they stone you to death for breaking the law. Cut your hands off, all kinds of stuff. They was ruthless people, that sect of Jews that he came out of. Paul was an Essene Jew. What is an Essene? A Gnostic. And you up under it, and ask yourself this question. What teaching is America's national teaching, Paulinian teaching? What is the religion teaching that America believe in? Guess what the teaching is? Angelic Gospel Christian Episcopal Church. Well, America said their national religion is Angelica, not Protestant. Now, the Angelica say they got 3 different churches: the high church, broad church, high church, low church. That's the Angelica teaching. And then you got the broad church of Paulinian teaching, which you got 44,000 different Christian, Protestant, Paulinian Christian teaching up under the Nicene Creed and the Apostle Creed. Means that it make Christianity, or the teaching of Jesus Christ, is that of Mithraism. Now, how we know it's Mithraism is simply because of this. Constantine started Christianity. It wasn't started in no Africa. Constantine is the father of Christianity. He was the high priest to Mithra, which is they worship the god Jupiter. What is the title of the man in the Vatican? He ain't a pope. The Pope works for him. His title is Promus Maximus. Look it up. He's the high priest of Jupiter. That's what Christianity is based upon. And he called you an antichrist because you don't worship them, do them 49 masses. You took them out of the service. America.
All right, did. Genesis, go ahead, Genesis. You want to show something?
Huh?
Genesis.
Actually showing the scripture that he talked about.
Your screen sharing, Genesis.
So it says, all right, in Acts, they traveled through the whole island till they came to Paphos, where they met a Jewish sorcerer and false prophet named Bar Jesus, who was an attendant of the proconsul Sergius Paulus. So Paul, again, we get into Paul, right? The proconsul.
Paul said he was a sorcerer, a false teacher, because he was teaching that you couldn't break the law, them 613 laws.
Sent for Barnabas and Saul because he wasn't keeping the word of God.
If we'd have had discussion with you, you was over my house, I'd show you the 1613 laws. We made copies of them.
Right. And so then in the same thing, when he talked about Timothy, so it's the same thing. Like,
okay, wait, I kind of wasn't in here. I'm sorry, but I'm looking at this. Are you saying that Bar Jesus is the actual Jesus of Nazareth?
No, he's the son.
There's several Jesuses. Like
Bar in Hebrew means son
of Jesus. Yes. So,
see, Bar in Hebrew is son. Ben in Hebrew is son. Mm-hmm. That word Bar is son.
Yes.
That's why some of the words in this Bible, you got to translate them back to Hebrew to get a clear understanding. Now, when you was having Bible study, hell, you done read over this, went straight through it, calling words you wasn't reading, because when you got there and seen Bar Jesus, why didn't you ask questions about it? You didn't. You didn't ask no questions about it. You see what happened because you didn't ask no question. Me and Cole did this.
Some people do know that means son of Jesus. I get what you're saying with most people saying, but right. What is this? I missed out a little. What is the significance of this? Because the last time
there's several Jesuses that
you got three different Jesus in the Bible. One came 275 years after the Nas. This way Barashema and Doc Ben, they used to call him the Nas. Doc Ben said that tease and paper, the big old tall black brother kicking butt when he was in the synagogue. And
okay, so you're talking about the Jesus of Nazareth. That's what when you're saying the Naz.
Right. Okay, that's the Jesus of Nazareth. Then you got Bar Jesus. We're in a chronological order.
Right.
That's in that.
A whole different person.
Now in Timothy's 2nd chapter 2, Paul say, for you to remember that he raised Jesus Christ out of the seed of David from the dead. He raised him from the dead according to my gospel. My is what kind of noun? A personal noun. My gospel. My gospel. What part of my gospel that the people don't understand? My means my gospel. My is you. So you up under his gospel, which is called Paulinian teaching.
Pauline, yeah.
Paulinian teaching.
Okay.
Of the Western churches up under the Nicene Creed and the Apostle Creed. You ever seen those creeds?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. So let me just get this straight for everybody. So these aren't the same Jesus. This isn't the same Jesus of Nazareth. These are different.
Jesus the Christ teaching, Christ is the title. His teaching is that you could live up under grace from the law. Jesus the Naz said you had to keep the law.
Right. So that's
And so what he's saying is that one law is more
and Christianity right now. And any Christian,
he said there's 3 different. Okay, go ahead.
Any Christian preacher will tell you they live under grace from the law.
Yeah, I know it's a different religion.
Paulinian teaching, Paul's teaching is pagan.
Well, you said all Hebrew is pagan. Remember, you said all the way back. You said all the way back in the Tanakh, it's pagan too. You said.
Yeah, it's pagan. Okay. Paul's teaching is pagan. That's why it's split in the church. And you know what makes it really pagan? Promus Maximus and December the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they had a split in the church, the Orthodox Christian Church is the national religion of what country? What Germanic country?
When you say the Orthodox Christian Church, are you going back to?
You got two Christians.
You won't even let me answer you. You went from. I just need to clarify for the people though. When you say, because you said the smoke, I'm here to just give you a little pushback. There's only one Jesus Christ. There's only one Jesus Nazareth of Nazareth. There's only one Jesus that is known as the Christ in the Gospels. Then you go into Pauline writings and you have a totally different religion. I agree with you on that. It's an absolutely different religion. And
you can see it.
Many Hebrews know that. They call themselves Israelites. The Christianity of today is not the Christianity of the first church of the apostles and the disciples of God. And that is why Peter and James had issues with Paul. There's information that Paul actually unalived James, that he actually told people James isn't the head of the church. James meaning Jesus's brother. And there's information where James was beaten severely at the lead of Paul. Yeah.
What James is Jesus' oldest brother.
Yes.
See, but you had to now let's get back to the two kinds of Christian church.
Okay.
I sent you a chart. I sent you. What do I do with my chart?
Are you starting from when Paul? Are you starting from all the way back with Paul? Or are you going to go into
the Orthodox Church split it from the Catholic Church at 1054 CE. Do you see that? I sent you the chart, so you wouldn't be.
Well, when you say again, when you're saying Orthodox Church,
right? The Christian. So you got two churches.
About Protestant? Mm-hmm.
You're talking about two different teachings. The Orthodox Church says that Jesus' birthday is January the 15th, and you can turn your TV on and watch the Orthodox Church on TV every year. Now, the Orthodox Church is the national religion of what country?
Are you talking about Europe? Okay.
Russia?
No, I'm talking about I'll tell you, it's Russia. Orthodox Christianity is Russia's national religion. That's the way they hate Western religion, which is America. They split at 1025 AD. I gave you a chart right here. I texted it to you, a chart of Christianity in a chronological order.
Did anybody want to hit the panel?
In the 16th,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
In the 16th century, you had a church reformation that starts with Lutheran, which is all the German, Swedish, and American churches. And here's one that the Christians never studied about is Calvinism. Who was John Calvin, and what did he believe in?
Calvinism is a part of capitalism. Yes, that's what it's based on with the American.
Right.
The American
Now the
church.
next church is angelic gospel episcopal teaching. That's what America said, that they church is up under those teaching of the high church, low church, and broad church. Google what the high church and broad church. The broad church, they say, Angelicals say, is the Presbyterian, the Reformed churches, the Methodist churches, and the Salvation Army Church, the Baptist Church, the Pentecostal, and non-denominational. They
do you agree that they all came out of the Protestant? Let me ask you some questions. Remember, you want open it up for questions now, right? Do you agree that the Protestant church, that every single church came out of the Protestantism? When we talk about the Reformation, Lutheran, Martin Luther, John Calvin, do you agree that every single church that we know today, all those denominations came out of Protestantism?
Sweetheart, I sent you a chart in a chronological order. I just read the chronological order. It tells you every church in the Western church is up under that teaching. And if you go to Revelation 2, verse
out of Protestantism.
Right.
I get what you're saying. So, okay. So you do agree. Turn on your camera if you want to come in. I see you in the back. So yes. Okay, great. So,
all right, get prepared because they're about to like come in and challenge you, Baba. So,
well,
yeah, I'm really warmed up here.
You're about to like
turn on your camera.
She warmed you up, and they're about to come in. All the Hebrew Israelites and Christians and whatever, they're about to come up here.
Let me address the chat. No, it's not that I'm not reading it. I'm actually clarifying what he's saying. Maybe you need to go study it a little bit and catch up. He's talking about the schism between the Catholic Church and Protestants when Martin Luther nailed his 99 thesis on the church door after he was disgruntled once he visited as a priest, actually, as a priest of the Catholic Church. Martin Luther was disgruntled after his visit to the Vatican. He saw a lot of debauchery. He did not like that you could pay to have your sins forgiven, which are called indulgences. So he then took a stand against the Roman Catholic Church. And then after that, people followed behind him, just like the elders explaining. And there was a break from people who did not want to do that anymore. And they protested, and they called themselves Protestants. So there, I just wanted to catch them up on that. So if you want to come on, I can't see you. You have to turn in your camera. I can see you in the back, but you have to come and turn your camera. You can challenge the elder, but you can't be disrespectful. All right. So elder, pick up where you left off, because some people out there are saying that I'm contending with you, but I'm actually aligning with what you're saying. I'm just clarifying it.
Okay. If we go.
Yes, you're right. 95. My bad. I'm thinking 99 problems. 95. That is true. My correction. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. The Paulinian Church, where all the Western Hemisphere is up on the Paulinian teaching. The reason the split and the divide in the Catholic Church from them is the teaching of December the 25th. That's Nimrod's birthday. And the church celebrated as Jesus' birthday, letting you know that that's a pagan holiday. All the splits, all the reformations in the church. In the 16th century, you had this reformation of the church. That's when the Eastern and Western churches broke away from each other. It was because of Paulinian teaching. His name ain't Paul. His name is Apollonius of Tyana. If you study his history, Paul is his Gentile name. See, and he wasn't a Gentile. He was a Pharisee. And in the Bible, what it tells you how they felt at that time period about a Pharisee. And it's one part in there where the Nas was talking, where I told Cole when I walked up on it, is that if I can find it, see, y'all got me unprepared. I didn't know I was gonna have to go into this, but I see Cole hound all this, but I know where it is. Do you can Google this? Do you remember the story of when Jesus was talking to the Jews, the Sadducees and Pharisees, and he said, I know who you are? He said, you are that of the devil.
Yes, that's one of my favorites.
That he said that your mama and your grandma was that's in Matthew's 23rd. He said your mama and your grandma, all of y'all was devils. Well, then I told Cole, I say, now we know that Jesus was a colored man because he played the doves with them. He talked about their mamas and their daddies of the false teaching that the Sadducees and the Pharisees were doing. And Paul was a Sadducee. And he taught. Let's look at this boy, Paul. Paul taught the Gentiles that they could live under grace from the laws that the Jews had of circumcision, of eating pork, of eating one. You didn't have to do that. And then he laid something heavy on them. He said that Jesus died for their sins, that they didn't have to do that no more. In the book of Deuteronomy, it clearly tell you that ain't no man can die for another man's sin. Everybody die for their own sin. You know where that is in Deuteronomy? You ever read that?
Yes, I'm gonna get this one. Yes, yes, sir. I'm gonna get this one for you. So are you talking about this scripture here in John? I pulled it up for you. It says, let's see, it's John chapter 20, I think. It's John chapter 8, my bad. John chapter 8. Okay. So it says, Year of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it.
Well, now that sounds like the doves to me, because I know I can play the doves. I was one of the greatest. If that ain't the doves, I called Cole. I say, Cole, he was a soul brother. He was a nigga because he sure can play the doves. He played the doves with him. He shot him and he said that teaching was false teaching. Well, Paul was a Sadducee and a Pharisee. He believed in that teaching of Gnostic. And when the old slave master up under the government gave you Christianity, you look like me. You ain't wouldn't check this out. And then Paul, let me tell you the story of Paul. Paul told them, the Gauls, the Gentiles at that time he was talking to, they were the first one that converted to Christianity, that Jesus died for their sins. They could live under the grace of the law. They didn't have to circumcise each other, and they could eat any kind of meat. They could eat pork.
He did say that.
And that Jesus died for their sin. But Jesus the Nazarene preached out of 4 books: Deuteronomy, Isaiah, Proverbs, and Psalms. So we go to Deuteronomy 24 and 16 and says, the father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the father. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
But do you
Jesus,
agree
but
that
the
the Lord said that?
that's well, I'm gonna ask you something, sister. Ain't that common sense? Ain't that common sense?
That you don't
That's
suffer
common sense.
common sense
That's
that you don't suffer the
that's
sin?
common sense that each individual die for his own sins.
Well,
Common sense.
not in the not in the law though, because in Deuteronomy 5:9 it says, "Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto the pagan." So it said there aren't generations, right? I want to ask you about that. What about with the law where it says you can't until the third and fourth generation? Like with certain situations, they put the sin on the children.
You put this curse on the children. You go to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy, where you get your curses and your blessing. Read it and then tell me if it ain't the Black African American, the people that call themselves the Black African American. And it clearly tells you, envy not your oppressors, choose none of his ways. And then Nat Turner was reading. That's the reason I like old Nat. Because when Nat come across that part that if anybody put you in slavery, you kill him if he released you. Ain't that what Nat did? He's the only preacher that I admire. Because the rest of the preachers tell you, envy not your to pray for those that spitefully misuse you. Slave, right. Obey your master. See, the present day preacher.
Yeah. My mother hates that one. It's 5 and 9, yes. So in Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 9, that's before when we see in Ezekiel 18 when it says the children will not suffer the sins of the father. Yeah, that does make logical sense.
I mean, yeah, common sense tell you that. Ain't nobody
I would like to go ahead. I was going to bring this brother in. I know people like you interrupting the elder. I'm not interrupting. I'm just trying to, get in here.
Oh no, you all right, sweetheart. You ain't.
Thank you. Tell him again, elder.
I don't. Wait a minute. First of all, I'm not an elder.
Oh no, that's right.
Yeah. See, that's first of all, I ain't an elder. An elder is a wise man in a church.
Well, you are.
That's what an elder. Look up the definition of elder.
Well,
I'm not an elder. I'm a Yah man, meaning that I'm a Yah man is a hermit. You know what a hermit is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, he's a loner, and he's a renegade. This one is
a recluse,
and he don't love nobody. Did you hear what I say?
I like
he
that.
He doesn't love nobody. Cause Big Mama say, if you break the first commandment of Amun Yah, which she said, love me with all your mind. It's a comma there. You're supposed to pause, Big Mama say. If you love an Amun Yah with all your mind, you ain't got time for nobody else. Because if you love anybody on earth other than Amun Yah, it would cause you pain and sorrow. It took me and 8 years of shacking with a woman for me to understand that. So when I went and told my mama that I had to do what her mama said do, she told me don't never speak to her no more. Big Mama still was living when this happened. And when I started back 10 years later speak to mama, she told my wife, I was married to a lady named Celeste, who talked to my mama every week, 2 or 3 times. Her and my mama would talk to each other. I told my mama, you told me not to never speak to you again if I didn't love you. I say, that's why I didn't speak to you. I was obeying what you said. Nowhere in the Bible, Big Mama say, it says, love your mama and daddy. Big Mama say it says, honor your mama and your daddy. And honor means respect. It doesn't mean love. The love is only for Amun Yah. That's how I was taught. That's how Big Mama, both grandmothers taught me. That's what I believe in now. And see, I when I tell somebody cold, you say, now that's cold though, why he said, I ain't got that mind yet. He would always tell me, he said, I never have obtained that mind that you in, that you don't love nobody. He said, man, he said, I just ain't there yet. He said, you done graduated on me and I ain't made it there yet.
Right.
And he never made it there. And I ain't seen too many people outside of my dad and my two grandmothers that's made it there, that they don't love somebody. But in your life, everybody that you love, eventually pain and sorrow. And Big Mama said, if you were female, 9 months later, Big Mama said, here comes a whole lot of pain and sorrow because you giving birth to a child because you love something that you didn't know nothing about and you broke the commandment. And it caused you pain and sorrow. Well, I've been looking at that, sister. I done looked at that a many a year of what Big Mama said that my mama, her daughter, disagreed with. So, but it wasn't nothing but the truth. It wasn't nothing but the truth.
With that said, that was very deep. I'm gonna let all I mean. We have somebody in the panel who hit the panel who'd like to address you, speak to you about your very interesting and very informative presentation. I don't see anybody with all that smoke, though. Besides, I tried to give a little smoke, but it wasn't even real smoke because I was agreeing with them. But peace to you all. I mean, come on in and address the. What did you say again? You said the Yah. What did you call yourself?
Yah man.
The
Yah man.
Address the Yah man, please. Unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Go speak. I'm listening. I'm Shemai now, you know. Brother Drew, Brother Blue used to say Shemaitikaya. That means that you will hear Yah. So for you to hear Yah, you have to do the first commandment. The first commandment is the Shema. Are you familiar with the Shema?
Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh Allah
Yeah,
Hayanawa,
Shema Yasharal, Yah Abin Yahika Kamadi Yah. That means listen.
Oh, Israel.
And Big Mama say the only way that you can hear, you had to listen. And that's why I got so many butt whoopings, because I couldn't listen. So I can listen. So I'm listening. I'm listening, young man.
I want to say to you though, how proud I am to hear in these days, in these years, a true man of the way. And I would like to say to you too, that just like I, a Yah man, because a Yah man means a God man. And we can never forget that. We should never forget that. And to the sisters, y'all are goddesses. And never let nobody take that away from you. I don't care who it is. Never let nobody take away from you what you really are.
Yeah.
I wanted to
see we taught that, and that's a very strange teaching. We Coy and I always taught the female. You couldn't get here. How the Creator put the female here to recreate. He said, "Be fruitful and multiply." Well, if you fruitful and multiply, what you got to do? You got to do the wild thing. You can't be celibate.
Yeah, and that's what I love about my mother, because her being able to do so brought me here today.
Right.
So as a Godman here today in 2025 and going on 2026, we're going to see some challenging things in 2026, and we're going to see some times in 2026. But I just want to tell my people, never give up. Don't give up. Just like you said, brother, mental illness is very dangerous and is very prominent in a lot of people. In 2026, you're gonna see a lot of that in 2026. crimes you never thought would be committed. You never thought that it would happen. And that's for real. You never thought it would happen. You know what I'm saying? Because people's minds are not right.
No.
The mind of man has gotten to a point where now man just do whatever is on their mind. So you got to always protect your mind. Women, protect your mind. Sometimes conversations that you like to have, and sometimes these conversations you like to have, I'm telling you, protect your mind. You see what I'm saying? Like on the social media,
everything, young man, everything that you see in nature is mine. It's the first law of nature, which is vibration, but it's mine. Everything is mine. Everything you see in nature is mine. And everything you see in nature is matter. It's electromagnetic matter, but it's mine. And see, your mind, you can do and be anything you want to if you understand how the mind works. I have a book called The Science of the Mind, was Big Mama's book. I studied that book from me and Cole did, and we asked ourselves a question: how do the mind work? Well, the mind first get a thought. You have to think on that thought. Then when you get through thinking on that thought, you have to sit down and plan on that thought, meaning that you have to sit down and write your beautiful thought down on pencil and paper, and then you think about that thought, you start planning on that thought. Your next step is that you have to get off the bench, as my dad would say, and make that beautiful thought that you had, that you thought on it, he said, and put it into action and make it come into existence. You have to make it come into existence. Once you make it come into existence, you have to work on that. And when it comes into existence, you see your beautiful thought that you started thinking on, that you made it happen. That you made it happen. Mm-hmm. He said, when you get through with that, go to the next adventure. He said, but before, boy, you can do that, you have to have a will to do that. He said, and the way that you adjust a will is that you had to send a message from your child, but to his brain, that he will do what you say for him to do. The will got to be, in other words, that will got to be developed in your child to do that. But you the greatest person in the world. Ain't nobody like you. Nobody got your full prints. You a supreme being. There's nobody like you. You're the greatest person that ever lived. Nobody got the four prints. When the Creator made you, he made you with the four prints. You can't duplicate you. I put it like this: as good as you thought you could make love, you couldn't even love upon you. What you loved upon had different fingerprints, toe prints, voice print, and eye print than you. And as good as you thought you could make love, you couldn't make another you.
That's right.
You the baddest thing that ever walked the face of the earth.
That's right.
Each individual. And that's the reason I say I'm a GDI, a goddamn individual. That's a supreme being. I tell a white boy that quick. I ain't no goddamn, I ain't no human being. I'm a supreme being. That's what the Creator created.
A supreme being. Let's get into that. Let's go and get into supreme being. Because so much we think that things are happening to us. We think that the world is happening to us. And do you believe that Christianity puts you into a victim mind state? That when you think that there's something outside, like a God, that's been
Well,
told everything, that you get into a victimhood of, oh, okay, well, this is happening to me. There's a devil, there's a God, there's this opposing force. Everything is happening to me rather than I'm in control of this whole situation.
Can I ask that?
in Christianity, you got a word called gospel.
Mm-hmm.
And when did that word come into existence? Gospel. Break that word down. You up under the spell of a God because you believe. And common sense should tell you, you could not worship Jesus. The God Jesus believed that you was a subhuman. And you pray to him to save you and come back for you, because that's who brought you over here. Good ship Jesus the Luxor. So that's in your genetic DNA break, the people that's Christians. I mean, I'm telling the truth. I mean, no attack, just facts. That's what Cole would say. It's like, no attack, just facts. He used to explain what I'm explaining now. I didn't have to deal with the Bible. Cole dealt with that, but now he ain't here. I got to deal with it. so it ain't no attack on you. It's just facts. It's facts that Christianity is a pagan religion. If you could read its comprehension, what do the book of Jeremiah say about a Christmas tree? You got them all in the church house. The people that say they Christian. What do it say about new moon festivals? You finna celebrate one tomorrow. You celebrating the Germanic race of people conquering the people over here. That's Thanksgiving. They're giving thanks to them. That ain't what they taught you that was. And common sense tell you that they giving thanks. It ain't you. You ain't free. And you here just like some old Negro looking for, like Elijah Muhammad said, searching for a white man's holiday. It's pagan. Your book tell you, envy not your oppressor, don't do none of his ways. It didn't say some of his ways. It said none. If you read, that's why I have a problem with a preacher with a doctor's degree, because it ain't you, the congregation. It's these preachers that's sitting up teaching, and they ain't prosperity preachers.
Yeah.
They want your money.
I have a question. When it comes down to even God,
you riding the bus, and he riding in a limousine, and you riding the bus. He's sleeping on silk sheet, and you sleeping on cotton sheets.
Because you know what?
One last question I would ask before I want to cut. I don't want to keep cutting people off. Like, break down the understanding of God. You're saying that God itself, that there is there is no real God. There is that God itself is a manifestation of Germanic principle. Can you break that down?
That's okay. Let's study. Let's study. Let's ask ourselves a question. Let's ask. You can ask Google now, but we had to look in the etymology dictionary. We studied with them 5 W's. We asked ourselves, when, that's a W, W-H-E-N, did the word God come into this language, and what word did it replace?
Yes.
Well, then you will see that God came into this language in the 6th century. It replaced the belief that they believed in the higher power was called Guden. Who did Guden replace? Guden replaced Wooden. Who did Wooden replace? Wooden replaced Odin. Odin was the national god of the Anglo-Saxon, the Germanic race of people. It was Odin. When did the word heaven come into existence? In the 14th century. What was it before it was heaven? Valhalla. When the word hell come into it? It came in the 14th century. What word did it replace? Hades. That's the way you study. That's the way you get the truth. That's the way you understand that you believe in a lie when you believe there is a God, there is a heaven, and there is a hell. Because you are dealing with what the Hellenistic people said. You had to know the history of these people. Who are you dealing with here? You're dealing with Magog, Gog, Tubal, Tyre, Javan, and Gomer. Those are Genesis, the 10th chapter of Genesis. Tell you that's the Isles of the Gentile. And here you are, a Black African American that's in a church calling yourself a Black Gentile. My question to you is, how did you become the Black Gentile? Because it was a white one before it was a Black one. How did you become a Black Muslim? Because it was a white one before it was a Black one. How did you become a Black Hebrew Israelite when it was a white one before it was a Black one?
And you know what's so familiar? You know what's so great about what you're saying though, is that now check this out, right? When he went up against Pharaoh and said, "Who is your God? Who sent you?" He did not say God sent me. He didn't say God sent me. He said, I am
that I am.
That I am.
And you know what?
Oh.
You have to be, in order for you to know who I am that I am is, you had to be in the Rosicrucians. A member of the Rosicrucians, because that's in the Rosicrucian Masonic order. You know who the Rosicrucians is?
And when you come into that tree, you better know how to eat from it. And when you come from that tree, you better know where to go to eat from that tree. You see, because that's a great tree. And that tree taught me though, brother. That tree taught me something. And my day growing up now is that a lot of brothers are lost, downplaying, talking down about the Black woman or the woman, just demeaning the woman today, and thinking themselves to be bad, to be better than. But you can never ever place yourself above the woman. How did you get here? Like you asked me. You asked me that question. You say, how did I get here? I got here through the woman. You see?
Right.
So, and I know who I am. I know who I am. I know who I am, right? So how did
Elijah Muhammad, when I was with the nation, I studied Elijah Muhammad. One of his teaching was that the nation couldn't rise no higher than the female. Well, that's the truth. A nation can't rise no higher than the female. Now, let's look at what the white boy did. Who did he promote? He promoted the female, the Black female.
What's up, everybody?
And see,
what's up?
He taught the Black female when I was in a segregated school.
Shut up! Can you be quiet? It's my.
He taught them home economic. He taught the male agriculture. Well, hell, shit. I'm like Grandpa. He's like, what the hell do you think that we didn't know about agriculture? But we didn't know nothing about economics. But economics was taught to the Black female so she would have more power over the male. Joe Biden said the reason that he appointed the Black woman as the judge is because in 1970, when the Black woman came into the Democratic Party, it made the Democratic Party the most powerful party of what it is today. The Black woman.
And you want to know what though?
And so the only college that they government is Spelman College. That's the only college, that's the only black business or institution that belonged to the Council of Foreign Relations. It's Spelman College.
Exactly.
And they always have taken the three ruffians, which is a degree in the Masonic order, how to genocide a race of people. You take the female and you train her siblings of your teaching. And that's what has happened to us. And it came through the Democrat Party, which used to be the Dixiecrat Party. And what did the South say when they lost, the York Rite Masons lost the war to the Scottish Rite Masons? They say what? The South would rise again. So I asked myself a question. How did the South rise again? It rose again when blacks, I use that word black, when the Negroes that was colored people started being Democrats. And that started with Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton in the late 60s. That they were, because Martin Luther King, if you remember, no, y'all know y'all ain't old as me, so they dubbed Martin Luther King a communist because most of the blacks, you can go do the history, in the South belonged to the Communist Party. If they wasn't Republicans, they belonged to the Communist Party because of the Scottsdale Party boys. Khrushchev got them off, represented them. You have to go look up the Scottsdale boys, that history, because y'all wasn't here at that time of period. You might not never heard of what I'm talking about now. We was not Democrats. That's Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. Martin Luther King was a Republican. He wasn't a Democrat. Malcolm X was a Republican. He wasn't a Democrat. But Elijah Muhammad didn't allow you to vote, get no political. Farrakhan said that it was all right for his people to do that. Maybe, I think it was when Barack was for president. He said it was all right.
I have a question real quick.
All right to vote. He wouldn't even let you vote. Because when I was in the nation, you couldn't vote. You couldn't be in no political party. It was against their protocol. And when I play chess tomorrow with Hakeem, I'm gonna ask them what year that minister said it was all right for them to vote. You know, he's the captain down at Mars 49 here.
Baba Dwight, I'm going to call you Bob because that's how our religion, how we do is we call an elder Baba. So listen, Baba, when it comes down to like, you said that
I'm familiar with all the titles.
Right. So you said that you knew the Hebrew Israelites when they first started. Can you go into some of the things that you found out, like when you met Ben Ami and how the Hebrew Israelites went into Israel and what happened to them? Can you go into the story?
Ben Amin's teaching was based up under the Nazarenes' teaching of keeping the law. I got to find my books. I don't know if my son, he'll come over and get books, and because he'll read. He won't speak it, but he'll read. He know what I know, but he won't speak. I had 2 books that I had got from Ben Amin that he had signed. I had those 2 books. I'm missing 3 books that I don't know where in the world is. If Andre ain't got them, I don't know where the world where they are. I'm missing a mythology book and 2 books by Ben Amin. Because I moved down here about 4 months before I moved to another apartment in the same building.
But just from your knowledge about what you remember, I know that you talked about how when they went over to Israel, what happened? Can you go into
that? When he went over there, he lost almost 2/3 of his people died. He had a hard time, but he stayed there. And Israel did it. Israel said he never have to go to the military. They got to go to the military now. And
Yes.
the Jews didn't help him like they said they were going to help him when he went over there. He developed that on his own, him and his people, through
Well,
hard work.
let me ask you, Elder.
He went over there. That was a desert. It ain't no desert no more.
Elder, now I did meet, and I still know the son of the late great Ben Ami's partner, the late great Prince Asiel.
Yeah.
Do you know? Did you ever meet Prince Asiel?
No, I didn't. I met Ben Amin through Jeremiah Farad Muhammad Farrakhan, who sung with the Blue Notes, Hal Melvin and the Blue Notes. He sung tenor with them on all of the records that they cut. Well, he was the imam down here at Mars 49. He heard me on the radio just like Cole heard me, and he asked me to come join. So I wanted to learn about Islam. So I learned. That was a stepping stone to me. What I did, I went through each organization, spent a length of time. I spent 10 years with the Nation and Cole, and he was a Hebrew Israelite. We would be with the group that's in Chicago and Cincinnati, that we would go to their meetings every year. And it started to getting so hot up there that everybody was following the teaching that Cole was, and Elisha's teaching was, Kohen was a hell of a teacher. I mean, that was his thing. He was a bishop in a church before he found the light. You know his story. And he was a tremendous teacher. So the people that was with Elisha started following Cole, and it got hot. And I just got out because I didn't want to have to kill nobody, because it had gotten violent there for a while. You know, that when we went to the meeting, everybody would block, and the guys got jealous of that, the people that was the elders up there. So I dabbled in that. Then I met some other people. I dabbled with every religion, and I understood Judaism because my great grandpa on my mama's side was a Jew, and I was his caddy up until I was 15 years old. And I have to take all that.
I want to take you back a little bit, not to interrupt you, but I have to take you back to where you were talking about Ben Ami and your experience when you were. This is when I'm taking it. This is
yeah. Well, see, the Hebrew Israelites today, they don't teach what Ben Ami taught.
Right. I want to ask you if you can just if you can give me some information for myself on this. From what I saw with Prince Asiel. Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Yeah. Ben Amin's teaching. Let's get this straight.
I know, but I wanted to, before you go into Ben Amin's teaching, you were talking about the climate in Chicago with the Muslims and the Christians and all. I want you to really stay on the point where I saw, even if you were Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, the Black men in those communities, they came together like in an ecumenical kind of movement. Like they still had this solidarity. That's what I wanted you to touch on. And so now I'll hand you the mic back. Can you talk about that?
The present day, you see, all religion is reformed. Islam is reformed in America. Once it gets to America, it's reformed. Because you can't practice Islam if you can't speak Arabic. I mean, they'll tell you that. The Arab will tell you that. And Judaism the same way. You can't understand Judaism if you don't speak Hebrew. And not many people speak Islam, and not many people speak Arabic, and not many people speak Hebrew. So if you don't speak the language, these people don't classify you as one of them, and you up under the true teaching. Your teaching is reformed because the teaching can't be put into this language. You can't translate Arabic and Hebrew into this language. There ain't enough words in this language. This language is made up over 200 different language. You got words like TWO, TOTOO. In the other language, they got one word that represent what that is. This is a coded language. This is what make it. You got it's a coded language. It's read from left to right. It's the language of the ancient serpent people, and so this was called a forbidden language that we speak in, and most of us can't speak nothing but this language. In other words, we speak the language of the devil, if you want to put it like that.
Can you get into the serpent language when you said that? I think you said something like you can't say a certain way without saying hissing. Like,
Well, in the ancient serpent lords, the reason you know that you got this language is no J's came into this the language into the 13th century. The oldest cut in the world is called a serpent cut. And they made a movie, James Conrad the Barbarian, James Earl Jones. They showed you how that cut worked. And one ain't no such thing as science fiction. What you see that you think is science fiction, oh hell no, it ain't nothing but the truth. And they put it in a movie about the ancient serpent people and people shapeshifter. See, this planet down here ain't nobody inhabitor of this planet. Everybody was put here. You came from another planet. You weren't inhabited. You was put here. You came from another planet. You didn't come from this system. This system got the draconians here, the palladium here. They tell you about the palladiums and draconians in your Bible. You got the Martian here. You got the people from Venus, from Mars, Venus, and it's a funny thing that you don't know. I'm finna lay something real heavy on you. Do you know that in 1960 and in 1950 that Truman signed a peace treaty, him and Dwight D. Eisenhower, with the Martians, with Mars. And they sent a colony of people to Mars from Russia and America to live. They colonized that planet in 1950, and they made a peace treaty with them. So we're going to get a visit pretty soon. And how you know that is because ask yourself a question. Why did Trump, when he got in, every branch of service have space troops? They are a special group of people that are called space troopers. They made a movie, Space Troopers. Why is America in every branch of service got space troop? And you can Google space troop to see how these highly trained people, what they know. Ask yourself, why is the reason that you need space troopers that's come?
Here's the question:
because the people down here, we didn't come from here. You came from another galaxy, and see, all of this is I know unbelievable. But it's
hold on. Did the serpent people mix with human beings and create a hybrid?
Right. Right. You can tell. You ever studied the history? Okay, let's go to England. The history of the blue blood. Are you familiar with a blue blood?
I've heard of that before.
You have to look it up.
Yes.
Look it up.
Yes,
you
blue
can
bloods,
look
yes.
Okay, you got blue blood.
That's the royalty, right?
Right, royalty. Ask yourself another question: is why is that family rule that place up until now? I mean, why would how can somebody rule a country, just this one family, rules that whole country. Who is these people that you have to do what they say do? Ask yourself a question. Why in America that you have to do what the federal government say do, and they make the laws, and you don't know who the federal government is? Huh? Why you got to shut your churches down if the federal government in everywhere tell you to shut them down? Why was a cathedral in the Vatican and Mecca was shut down? Who is these people that have all of this power that tell you what to do and not to do? Who is these people can give you interest rates, take it away, and then the government is shut down? Who is these people that shut down? Because these people you got to pay taxes to in every country. Who is these people? That's what I asked myself, but I went and found out the answer who these people was. But have you found out that answer? No, you haven't. But those are questions.
Tell the people, this is getting interesting. Yes, the people, and take it back to what Genesis asked you. Who are these people? Are these the people that we know as the Nephilim, the Nagas who hybrid with the?
Are they reptilians? And are there black reptilians? Are there black snake people that are like from the snake tribe, or are there black people that are also from this, or is it only the Caucasian people? Or did they merge in with them? What is the true origin?
Yeah, see, y'all got me by surprise. See, my company commander wrote a book called A Pale White Horse. Are you familiar with that book?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm familiar. Behold the Pale Horse. That's your company commander, Bill. Wait.
Yeah,
what?
he was in the Navy. I was stationed with him. Him and me. He was a friend of Mr. Corbett. And in '65, me and Mr. Corbett won the 5th Navy District badminton. We played. I could play the hell out of badminton.
William Cooper.
We won. We
Bill
badminton.
Cooper's your company commander.
Bill Cooper was my XO.
What? Let me drop a bomb right now. Hold on.
And see everything.
What?
Bill
William Cooper was in the Navy with you? Wow.
Yeah, I was stationed with him. I was stationed with what was that president? He was in He was in VF 43. I was in 101 at Virginia Beach. He died. He was a senator. He was a president.
Oh, you're talking about McCain.
McCain, yeah.
Yeah, let me drop a bomb for that one too. You do know I'm in Phoenix, in the Southwest, the hotbed of all UFOs and all of this information.
Oh well, yeah. Oh, baby, you definitely out there. So I mean, Colorado and Phoenix, Arizona, out there. Now, Cole was an air patrolman. He was stationed out there for 2 years.
Wow.
Out there on what they call it, 57.
You talking about Luke Air Force Base?
Yeah, he was stationed out there, but he was an air patrolman, and that's like a police.
Wait, are you talking about Roswell? Are you talking about Phoenix or which one? I'm kind of jumping ahead of you.
He was stationed out there where that forbidden zone that's out there.
Area 57, yes, Roswell.
Area 57. They made a movie about Area 57. Well, Cole was stationed there.
Good, y'all.
Cole was our patrol there.
Okay. I feel like we should stop this and start a new one. No?
No, like, listen, he's 80 years old. If you got him on live, just get as much as you can, because it's hard for him to
Okay, so this family, she's right. This is the part we're gonna cut these parts up and maybe do it again, but this is live. Let's go into talking about what did you and Bill Cooper talk about with these serpent beings, nagas, like race is a social
We getting into it. We getting into it.
Yeah, I don't need the black white stuff because that's a social construct. I want to hear about these serpent people and the reptilians, and I'm sure every Genesis and everybody else does. What about it?
We want to see your face. I know you can't. Is it you can't hear us, or because I know you got your ear up. We want to see your face though, because you got the ear. Every once in a while, I tell like that. Show your face. You always see is your ear.
Yeah. But see, I got. Let me see. Can I prop this thing up again? I got to get me one of them. Whatever you call that. I get my baby boy to get me one. He probably already got one.
Oh, and when I want to say this, when I say I don't want to, when I say not the black white, I'm not talking about what he talked about, like the amazing stuff that he told us about the Jim Crow and all that. That is 100% pertinent. I'm talking about with the reptilians when we get into that. So I just want to make that clear. I love the history of our people. I love when you talk about the history of our people as the progeny of slaves. But now let's get into people want to know about these reptilians. I want to talk to you about what you learned from Bill Cooper too.
Yeah, what I didn't learn. I read his book. I've been had his book ever since it came out.
You know he had a radio show here. You know he had a radio show.
What he put in that book.
Wow.
He didn't lie in that book. I mean, he what was put in that book. It's just like I tell anybody that's studying history, the protocol of the learned elders of Zion. If you get that book and read, that's what's going on right now worldwide.
Well, they unalived him. You do know they killed. You know they killed him, right? The government. You know they ambushed him and
I know, baby. I know all the history. I ain't missed nothing.
I want you to share it with the crowd, though. I want you to tell the people. Let me stop. I'm getting a little bit overexcited about this information. This is what I like talking about mostly about the Nagas and the reptilians and the UFOs.
And
Talk to us about the hybrids. The Greys. Talk to us about that. I'm going to stop interrupting.
Okay. I'll tell you what books to go get so you can get this information. If you can get any of Malachi York's book, get the book called Shabala. That would tell you everything. And I find that book, my son brought me about right at 100 books.
Yeah, we don't really promote Malachi Z. York over here, though.
Well, it's not promoting nobody.
I would not, if you don't mind, could you just stick with something else? Not him, please. I don't.
Well, that's what you get.
The thing is that you don't promote Malachi Z. York. Some of his teachings, though, are some of the same teachings that.
You might not promote him. But what he taught was the truth. Now, what they did to him, it was a reason. What they accused him of, he wasn't guilty of what they accused him of, because if you practice Islam or Judaism, you can have as many wives as you can sport. And then those kids are certain sheiks and those kids promoted to those guys, sheiks, when they are 9 and 10 years old. So what you think about him is strictly a Christian concept. You might not be a Christian, but you're thinking like one. And I'm
not thinking like a Christian. We could get a lot of information. Like we don't promote it. We don't promote Polite or York, but I'd like to hear your information. I understand what you're saying.
Well, all of my information come from York.
Oh wow!
And not only from York, it came from the 2 Babylons. It came from me of studying his. See, when York first came out in 19 came out, I was studying when I was in the service. I was stationed in Chicago. I had heard about Malachi York, and I had read some of his information, and I say, this man got some strange information. Is he crazy? My son joined that group when he was stationed in Carolina. He brought about 80 of his books home. I started reading his books. The information that he had in them books, he couldn't get it but from one people. He was y'all belongs just like me, 10 different secret societies. He had to get it from the Rosicrucian. Well, my grandfather was a Rosicrucian, and I got their books on what the Rosicrucian believe in. So he had to get his information for who we call the Zionist Jews. They are the ones, the chosen people of God, or the Germanic race of people. They wrote the history of their cousins, Magog, Gog, and Tubal. So his information that he got about Shabbalah, about the graves, and about everything about the 19th, about the Anunnakis, everything he got is the truth. So you can't write him off just because you don't like him.
No, it's great children. So let me ask you a question back about the Nephilim.
See, the reason you don't like it is you believe the hype, and you wasn't there, that what he did to the children. Is that a lie? Is that a truth? Did you see it?
I interviewed the victims.
Yeah.
So I did interview the victims, but I don't want this to go off the rails. I get it.
Yeah.
I respect that you have your opinion. So I'd like to get back to you.
No, I don't have. Wait. Hold the phone. I don't have opinions. Everything I say is documentation, beats all the conversation. I don't have no opinion. It's not whatever I say or teach ain't no opinion. It's a fact. And see, I don't deal with opinions. See,
and that's what I was saying to you, brother.
The white boy that deals with opinion. His way of thinking is opinions and theory. I don't deal with that. I deal with facts. Facts is the truth.
And that's what I was saying to us tonight,
it has to be documentation.
You got. Well, see, I was saying to us tonight though, is that what you're saying in his documents? Those are true documents. All of the people, the person that spoke it, the documents are true. The person you can have your own opinion about the person.
I don't have an opinion about him. I just
talk. I got an opinion.
Can we get back?
Hold on. I'm gonna get back to the blacks mixing with the Nagas. We're talking about the serpent people. I really wanted to get back to the blacks mixing with the Nagas.
Why do you keep saying blacks though? I don't get that part.
Black people, because at one time African people mixed with the Nagas. Because he talked about
how do you know that? But when you say blacks, you mean the first people, right?
The dark skin race.
When you call them
see, y'all, you need to do away with this word black.
What about the
because for this word black, the black ain't a race of people.
Let's let it talk.
You got to talk to tribe. You got to talk to tribe.
Please.
You have to say the tribe of people. This word black, you throw that out the window when you teaching knowledge. What tribe was them people from? Who? And see, you go into Hinduism, it tell you about the Naga. The Naga people are still here. You can pull up their history right now. The people that they are immune to the cobra snake because from birth they drank venom, cobra venom. It's just like the people in certain sects over there. They eat arsenic. Arsenic don't bother them. That's the reason they can drink out of that water, out of that river where they put the dead folks that would kill you, and it don't bother them. When I was stationed in the Philippine island, we couldn't drink the water of them people or eat desserts or food that they had there. It didn't bother the Filipino, but it would give us dysentery. It's of course what you where the basis you is and where your genes is from Jump Street. That's what you have to understand. You have to understand that. You got the graves. If you go into Couple's book, The Pale White Horse, it tell you about the shallow government. Get that book and read it. I don't know if you can download it now, but it tell you about a shallow government. I mean, it tells you all the information that you need to know about the graves and who's running the government now. How you think they got all of this technology that all of a sudden they got? They didn't get this technology just this is old ancient technology of the jet. The white boy over here, when did all of this come into existence? And if you're tracing the history, you can see a lot of the black holes. See, y'all give you every information of where the black holes is located, and plenty of them in Arizona where a portal can be opened up when somebody busts an atom bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You open up a portal. They give you a movie called Stargate and Warcraft. Warcraft is a real good movie. You ever seen that movie?
No,
It's called Warcraft. You get it on YouTube. If you got Fire Stick, all you got to do is ask them to pull up Warcraft. Understand those signs and symbols that's in there. Those people lived once upon a time. The Eves, the elves, the orcs. These are the people of the Germanic race of people that lived in the Caucasus Mountain. This is their history when they was evolving from a Neanderthal to a reindeer man to a Paramecia man to a Cro-Mac to a Homo erectus to a Homo sapien. Each one of those time periods of them evolving to mankind, right, to where they look now. See, in 1960, when I was 20-something years old, in 64 and 65, when I went into the military, the white girl had a flat butt and a flat chest. How do the 20-year-old white girl look now? She look like you. She ain't had that butt like she got now. She in competition with you. They couldn't dance in 1960. We call it the white folks shuffle. But Michael Jackson taught them how to dance. And when he taught them how to dance, the white boy outdanced him before he died on his show. The white boy didn't have no rhythm until 1970 when Stevie Ray Vaughan got taught by B.B. King, Albert Collins, and Albert King here in Dallas, Texas. Then you start getting another music classification as rhythm and blues. That's when the white boy got rhythm. That's the way I put it. I remember very clearly when they music versus our music and what they are now. They play the blues better than the black man. All the blues players are dead. People that play the blues, your race of people is off into hip hop music. They ain't off into culture music, blues and jazz, what we was known for. You got hip hop. You got hip hop in the church house. You got praise dancers in the church house. That's in leotards.
One question I want to ask is that let's get into the Nagas, because when we talk about the Christ, right, and we talk about the Nagas, we talk about the snake, the reptilian, the reptile people that's able to control.
Well, you had the knowledge of the serpent.
Were we at some point combined with the serpent, or was that a white?
No, don't never combine with the serpent.
You never combine
with the reptilians. Never combine with the reptilians.
So there was no people of color hold up, stop. There was no people of color that actually were merged with the serpent.
No. Still out.
I want to ask the why. Like, were there any people? Like, okay, we talked about the Nagas and how they were able to control the serpent.
Well, they was colored people. All the Naga people, they are called the Semitic people. That is Shem's people. That is in the Eastern Hemisphere. Remember, the Eastern Hemisphere, which is called India now, which wasn't called India, it was called Hinduistan. Those people are the descendants of Shem. The people that is in Amalekah, what got named Africa, those are the people of Ham. Those are the tribes of Ham. Mesmerine is Egypt. Right down the line. Go to the 10th chapter of Genesis. Look up the chronological order of the descendants of each one of those five. You all got to study the first Chronicles and the second Chronicle to understand what 2/3 of the world was colored people. It was colored people all over the world up until 6,000 years ago, approximately, when something happened in the Caucasus Mountains with Japheth's children. They had a galactic war. There's many books out here on the galactic war. What happened? What happened? The reptilian form, which was the Draconians and the Greys, they mixed their seed with Japheth's children. When they did that, Japheth's children become hybrids, pink.
Are you saying Jeff? Are you talking about one of Noah's sons? I know you're on the roll.
A subhuman.
Excuse me,
Son-in-law.
Reverend Whoopazz. Are you when you say Japheth? Are you saying Japheth? Are you when you say Japheth?
Japheth, Japheth.
Okay, got it. I'm just making sure that everybody knows you're talking about Noah's son. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
talking. Oh, okay. When the flood happened, Noah wasn't the only one that survived the flood. The Nephilims survived the flood, which is the giants. They tell you about. Well, on YouTube, you can get the history of all 5 of them brothers, but in the Bible, it tell you about Goliath and Og. If you go into Deuteronomy, the 2nd chapter of Deuteronomy, you see the Zanziman, you see the Anakis, the Anacondas. You got all of those people that they seen there that was saved during the flood. You got the history of the people that was in the cave during that time period. And my friend, you don't like him, he tell you every cave in the world where they located. And what have they found in those caves as we speak now? The finds. What have they found in that desert out there in Arizona of skulls of the giants? And a lot of stuff they keep hid from you. They keep hid from you.
And they also find mummies. They find Kemetic Egyptian artifacts too.
Well, there ain't no Kemetic Egyptian artifacts.
Yes, they are.
Get that out of your mind. Well, nobody over here that lived over there. This is the oldest civilization in the Western civilization. The pyramids in Mexico is 10,000 years older than the pyramid in Africa. This is the oldest civilization. This is the oldest civilization over here. So ain't nothing over here Kemetic. Ain't nothing over here Hamitic. Ain't nothing over here. All of that stuff that a Hebrew Israelite want to lay on you. That is the people that's over here, Israelites and all of that. Esau's children. That's a lie.
Reverend, okay, take a minute, take a breath. You said you want a little pushback, and so according to what you're saying that it may be that we see pyramids and artifacts, but you're saying that they're not from Kemet, they're not from Egypt, that they were
No,
here
they
before.
from those are from the Olmec, the Aztec, the Maya, the Inca, and the Creek Nation of people. It's 6 mounds in Crockett, Texas, my hometown. If you'd have went down, Cole gave a tour every year of Tallulah down there, of all the mounds that's down there, Baton Rouge, all the mounds that's down there. The Western Hemisphere is the oldest civilization. Remember, over there, everything got destroyed by the flood. The flood didn't come over here.
But
the flood did not reach the Western Hemisphere.
Well,
this is the oldest civilization over here, not over there.
That's your opinion, though.
There ain't no opinion. Those are facts.
And do that
Because tell me the history of what the white boy called the pre-Adamites.
Okay.
Tell me that history. And if you ain't got that history, I got it. Let me show it to you.
Well,
I got this history
do you want an
right
answer?
here.
Do you want an
He about to
answer?
show it.
You see these maps here?
Do you mind
You
if I
see these
respond?
maps? You talking to me? You talking to me? The history right here on this map that started at 4004 BC. I'm talking the history that's on this map that started 250,000 years, 60,000 years before the Adam and Eve story got started, October the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning. You talking that history right there when you talk about Kemet. I'm talking this history up here when you're talking about 250,000 years. And that who came over to my apartment, Monica and that other guy, they seen the maps.
Okay, but
what you saying, you ain't seen it. Have you seen the maps?
If I could speak a little bit, I might come in and let you know, sir.
Okay.
Listen. You said yourself that the Hindu spirituality is the oldest spirituality, correct? You said that.
I didn't say. I said Hinduism is the oldest religion, not spirituality.
Okay.
Religion. R-E-G. Now,
Got it.
how I know that? How I know that? I have a book called The History of Religion. Let me see, can I
So it's
get
the
you
oldest
to see
religion,
this book?
right?
You
So
see this? You see this
sir.
book here?
Yes,
You see what this book say? The History of Religion. In this book, on the first page, they got in, and I will text it to you. The history of the history of religion in a chronological order, right here.
Yes, sir.
It's in a chronological order.
Yes. Okay.
And it starts at 4000 BC. Hinduism, Judaism came at 2500 BC. Okay. Zoroastrianism came at 1300 BC. Jainism came at 600 BC. Taoism became at 600 BC. Buddhism at 500 BC. Confucianism at 500 BC. Christianity at AD 4. Islam at AD 622. Sikhism at 13 AD. Now, that's the history of all the religion in a chronological order.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question.
That's religion.
Did they
okay.
Did they include any? Okay, we know about religion. Yes, it is religion. But what about, let's talk about the oldest, when they first started worshiping, since I get about the regulations of religion, the doctrinal stuff, but when people first start worshiping, how far back do you think that goes? When did that start? When they first started worshiping and they named a god? They named a god. That would be Sumerian, right? Babylonian, correct?
Well, if we go back to that far, we never had a word called G-O-D.
Actually, I think it's Hinduism and Babylon and Kemet. It's always debatable, but I'm going to say Hinduism. My point is, if it comes from the East and it's in the East, how are we over in the New Americas trying to say that this is where all the worship began? I'm confused with that part. Like if there's Hinduism, I just want to clarify. If there's Hinduism and there's Anunnaki, Babylonian, and Sumerian, and then we have Kemetic, and it's all in the East.
Where civilization was.
And it was.
He said civilization.
Yeah,
I was asking how do we, because I talked about the Kemetic artifacts and the worship that was in the mummification and the gods, and then he said no, it wasn't here. So I want to find out how. Can you show me some documentation of actual Kemetic gods in this land?
I would say to anybody, if you ever heard of the Congress, the Library of Congress, you got to go there.
We've never heard of that. What? Of course we have.
Oh, the Library of Congress. You have to go there because the reason why you have to go to the Library of Congress is because they pretty much got all the truth that you ask for yourself, right? See,
when the Library of Congress, the Library of Congress got all the esoteric knowledge of what's been wrote in history. I mean, if it's in the Library of Congress, you don't argue with it because it's a fact. It ain't nobody's opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to make a trigger word for you. I won't say opinion anymore. I'm sorry about that,
I told a long time ago before I caught my stroke. Before I caught a stroke, I told a lot of people a long time ago, brother, and I said this because I was sharp in the point of a mind at one time, but I caught a stroke. And I told brothers, I said, hey, y'all got to go. Y'all keep on asking questions and keep on debating. Stop debating. There's nothing to debate about no more. They got all the questions that you want to answer. All the questions you want to answer. They already answered. Library of Congress. All you got to do is go to the Library of Congress. When he was talking about the aliens and all of those people, they got them in the Library of Congress. Yeah, they got everything.
So the government is giving us all the information that we want now. The government,
in the Library of Congress. All you got to do is go to the Library.
Can I say something?
Find the website first. Let me say this. Find the website.
I understand what you're saying. I don't need to do that. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this right here. Find the website that you can get on Library of Congress. You got to get on that. You ain't got to pay. You ain't got to pay nothing. You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to pay nothing. You just got to go to that website. When you go to the website, then you're able to type in what you want to, like Noble Drew Ali. You can type in Noble Drew Ali. You can type in Muhammad X, or you can type in many things that you want to look up. Go to that website. If you want to learn about the grades, go to the Library of Congress. See everything just like now, right? Just like now, right? The United States is opening up a lot of UFO evidence, right? And a lot of UFO what they call anomalies or whatever, right? Go to the Library of Congress, and you'll be able to pull up anything that you want. You'll be anything you want.
Thank you.
Sister.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna thank you for that, Al-Amin. Okay, I'm going Genesis. I was trying to call you. You must not have your phone. I'm gonna let Rebel Ra come on in and ask some questions.
My daughter got my phone. I'm sorry about that. My daughter's like,
it's okay. I'm gonna come on and let Genesis get back on track. Before I do, it's okay, Genesis. I'm bringing Rebel Ra in. I want him to ask some questions because we have our guest. We have Reverend Whoopazz on. And then I want to get back to, like Genesis has been trying to do, get back to the hybrid, the serpent reptile people. So Rebel Rock, go ahead and ask the questions to the Reverend. He's up here to whoop ass. He's about that smoke, so take it easy. And and then just come in back with the hybrid stuff with the serpents. Go ahead, Rebel Rock.
Hey, blessed to the panel. You don't know DJ Genesis, Napar, bless up yourself. And the next brethren alongside with him says not the elder, but the man. So, big up to yourself, brethren. So tell me this now. I hear Sanetta ask you earlier on how you get your name Whoopazz, and you said you took on your daddy's title. Was your daddy's title named Whoopazz, or was it Big Hawk?
No, they called Daddy Reverend Whoopazz. Was everybody had a nickname? You know what a nickname is?
Yeah, man.
Okay. And I told your people a long time ago, I have to say this to you. I told your people I'm great friends with a lot of Rastas.
Sure.
Here in Dallas. If you guys, if you call on my name by name, you will get power in the universe. If you send out that vibration, it's your people. You say Rasta, you say Jah. If you was to say Yah, brother, I would love to see a whole lot of people, your people, would call her Yah instead of Jah by her real name. And brother, me and Cole always talked about what kind of power, because the name vibrates. It's just like the monks when they certain vibrations they put out. If you guys was to say all praises and sing them songs that y'all say to Yah instead of Jah, I would love to see the power that you guys would have. It's to you saying the word, you saying the right word, but the wrong name. You got it in up on the language where that vibrates.
What I say? Okay, hold on a minute. I know say you full up on knowledge, but I trying to get a little piece in with you before you go in with DJ Genesis. Because what I'm hearing with the Enki Enlil, the Dr. York, the Christianity, the Jesus, the Esoteric, the Resecutionists, all of these, I think you amalgamated all of them together, and you got a good story background. And just like you say, you got the documentary. But apart from the documentary, can you prove these things are physical? Because you like more in the esoteric as to the meaning of certain things and the etymology of things. But when you go into the part of the resecution, because you know the resecutions coming from the ancient Kemetites, ancient chemists and so forth, and their teachings are amalgamation of Kabbalah and Masons and all the other, Brahmanism and all of that stuff. So are we talking physical concepts here, or the stories you putting together are just you're a good storyteller and it sounds good and you think you have the documentation, but are these things really physically tangible, real?
Right. All you have to do is see, the Rasta believes like in the way. It's not a religion, it's a way of life. I mean, see, a religion is something that is man-made, and you have to believe what that man said as the truth, which is not. When you got the people that believe in nature, like your religion teaches, your belief teaches, then it ain't a religion, it's a way of life. You had a way of, it's a way of life that everybody used to have, that they have strayed away from it through religion. And see, you had the dietary laws. You knew what to eat.
No, but
You knew,
the connection I'm making, the
right.
connection I'm
See,
making
your
is
your people right now can go out in nature and find medicine that would cure you from a tree and from a plant and from a tea. You uses that. You
yeah, but
uses that. They call it voodoo.
you
They
strain
call it
from what
voodoo.
you
White
strain
boy
from what
call
I
it
really want to
voodoo.
get across. You strain from what I really want to get across is are these esoteric teachers that you collaborated, Enki, Jesus, the
No,
wooden and all of them, are they physical in this physical realm we're in, or are you just talking esoterical backgrounds?
See,
here's what esoteric knowledge comes from a secret society. That's what esoteric knowledge is. It was hid in a secret society. So for you to understand esoteric knowledge of that secret society, you have to be a member of it. And most of the people are not a member of, when they say, I got esoteric now, I'm studying. Well, what secret society is esoteric knowledge you're talking about? I mean, you had to know
No,
what secret society. I speak from many secret societies
yeah, but
that I have.
we understand that. Do you understand the secret
Hold
societies
on,
are
hold on,
this?
hold on. Let me make sure that we're not just speaking just to.
he's
Hold on,
atheist.
no. Wait a minute. Are we just speaking just to answer this question, or did you hear what he said? He says that
No,
he's from
I'm
several.
hearing what he said, Genesis, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't matter how much symbols he knows. It doesn't matter what
No,
he
it's not.
believing in that concept. But what I'm trying to find out is
You're
the
missing.
teeth. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're a part of a secret society, and he says he's from several, then it's not just symbols. It's secret knowledge based on
You
those.
have to be you have to be initiated into a secret society. You just can't walk in there. You
I understand that, El, and I
you have
understand
to
that,
be
DJ
initiated.
Genesis. But what I'm showing to you, in the Mason order, in the Restitution order, you got symbols, and these symbols represent something. So
You
what I'm
got
saying to
signs.
you,
You got
oh,
signs. Listen, okay. You want to? Is
The
that what you're talking
alphabet
about? I might
symbols.
didn't
Alphabet.
understand what you're talking.
MG said,
Every Masonic order has signs, symbols, and numbers. Signs, symbols, and numbers make up of what? A language. You can't have, you can't form a language not unless you got signs and symbols and numbers. That
right?
creates a language.
So I'm asking you,
And
the
you can't
language are
have,
you talking? The language you
well,
talking,
well,
is
let
it
me ask
the
you this.
language you
Well, let
talking,
me,
is it all symbolical, or can we put it on the physical plane?
Let Rebel Ra
well,
get
let
his
me,
question out. Let Rebel Ra get his question out, and then Rebel Ra let the elder, excuse me, the Yaman reply. Go ahead,
okay,
Rebel
Hey,
Ra.
hold on, yeah, man. Napa, what I'm saying to you is,
Yeah.
I don't know if people is misconcepting or not getting what I'm really asking, because what he's saying and what Genesis is trying to portray it's
wait.
pretty understandable. What I'm trying to do is make a connection to the esoteric, to the physical, because the stories that he's telling us, the allegorical concept of what he's saying, I get what he's saying, but I want to know or want to see if he believes or he knows what he's saying on a physical plane, or he's just keeping it on an esoteric level, on an allegorical level. That's why I want to know where he really stands with his information, because he said he has documentation, but are they really proof? because he's saying he doesn't take opinions, but all opinions and all documents we know are most opinions of the government, opinions of the scientists, because everybody, as Socrates says, nobody knows everything, and we are indefinite information. So I want to know from his level, making a connection from an esoteric to a physical plane, is what he's saying is really what he's saying, or he's just telling us stories to make connections.
Okay, thank you, Rebel. Let's let the young man reply. Thank you, Rebel. Young man, go ahead. What's your reply? Peace, Mel. Go ahead, young man.
In order for you to have a language, you have to have signs, symbols, and numbers. That's the reason every country is up under a secret society. Every country is a secret society. The Great Seal of the United States is a secret society. The Mohammeds, they're a secret society. You have to have a language first, which is signs, symbols, and numbers, which is called Hermetic Geometrical Science. Are you familiar with that? That's what they call it now. Are you familiar with Hermetic Geometrical Science? Now, I give you, I tell you this. The language that we speak in, they do not teach it, has a numbering system. The A is what number? I'm talking to
Number one. Keep going, y'all, man. Number one.
A is not number one. A is, this language is up under 6.
Oh, wow.
The A is 6. The B is 12.
Oh, okay.
The C is 18. Now, wait a minute.
Hold
this
on.
language,
I gotta
this
drop the
language.
ball on that one. Hold on, I gotta drop.
Wait a minute. Wait.
I didn't know that. Go ahead.
This language is made with the compass and the square. The A is 3 perpendicular lines. That's 90 degrees. 3 times 9 is what? 3 times 9 is 27, right?
27, yes, sir, which is 9, yeah.
7 and 2 is 9, right?
Yes,
7
sir.
and 2 is 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
now, the B is 2 semicircles made with a compass, which is 360 degrees, and the perpendicular line is what? It equal to 9. The C is a semicircle, which is half of 360. It equal to 9. This language equal to 9 all the way up. The 9 don't change. The 9 is a cipher in a perpendicular line. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a 6. If you disconnect it, it becomes a 10. The alt is that we put it like this, that cipher, which you call a 0, is Yah talking to the perpendicular line. That's you. Then she put her knowledge up on your head and change you to a 9, you on the left side. Then when you got to be born, you turn upside down, you come here with the 6. And somebody tell you that your number is the 6. The 6 is the number of man and the beast. When you're the 4 elements made out of you the 4 elements, that's what your body's made out of. And when you become a being, you become the 5th element. The number 5 is the number of power. That's who you are.
See,
that's the reason my Canaanite name, for me to never forget this knowledge, all of the male in my family has got the middle initial is B. That stands for 5. You are the 5th elements made out of the 4 elements. In other words, I put it like this: is my spaceship is made.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Who did that?
spaceship that control the spaceship. This is what you call esoteric, not up on the sign and symbols. But where are you coming from? Are you coming from Oriental, which is the oldest Masonic order? Or are you coming from the Scottish Rite Masons of what they believe? What numbering system is it? There's many different, everybody believe in different numbering systems. Is that what you're talking about? It all starts with the 12 laws of nature, which the first law of nature is the law of motion, which is the 4 elements. The second law of nature is the law of opposites, meaning male and female. The third law of nature is balance with something that you ain't never been, because you don't understand the first law of nature and how you was created. You was created, you are electromagnetic energy. If you want to break it down to the breakdown, we do the Rufus Thomas and break it on down. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. That's right.
I'm talking to the guy that asked the Roscoe.
All right.
That
then we're gonna let Mel come in after you. Go ahead. Sorry, y'all, man. Go ahead.
You have to understand what esoteric knowledge is. You have many forms of esoteric knowledge up on the sign, symbol, number, but it equal the same. It's just like the Masonic order. If you a Rosicrucian, that's the highest form of Masonic knowledge.
Thank you.
Then, if you Scottish, if you Scottish Rite, you 4-letter. If you York Rite, you 3-letter. If you Prince Hall, you 3-letter. Well, that's each one of them carries a different esoteric belief. Yeah. And it all boils down to the same thing of the whole body. Your whole body is on signs, symbols, and numbers and angles. If you break down your body, you can break down your body into degrees. And you'll find that the oblong square, you know what an oblong square is, 450 degrees, is the same shape that a woman's womb is. Wow. The oblong square. All Masonic lodges it is an oblong square. Your dollar bill that you got in your hand is a what? Oblong square. Mm-hmm. Meaning how many degrees is it? That's 180, 180, 90, and 90. Still equal to 9.
Thank you so much for, okay, so I'm going to just let you take a minute and I'm going to say, Genesis, if you could, I know you're sharing and I'm also, this is coming not just from me, whoever's in there saying anything disrespectful or anything at all, just
you can't say nothing disrespectful for me. I understand.
No. I've been deleting all the bull stuff.
Yeah, wait, real quick, y'all. Before Genesis, I promise I'm gonna let you get in, but we gotta let Mel come in. And right after Mel, you come in if you can, Genesis. That's all I'm just trying to say. Mel,
I've been deleting all the disrespectful stuff in the chat.
I know you have, and I said that. I told Sonetter that as well. He just maybe, we can't be on the chat always, so our mods can't get a hold of it. So if you have mods in your channel, Genesis, if you could assign some mods and have them just stay on top of it, because we're doing an interview. So there's some things that might slip by. They slip by me. So I know you're about that smoke, Reverend Whoopazz. Reverend Whoopazz ain't phased, but we still want to keep it respectful. And when somebody said, what was that thing? Sometimes we got to mix it up a little bit. Some people don't understand what he's speaking esoterically. So some stuff goes over their head. So when you saw the little clip, like, what? Don't say that's disrespectful, because he's on point. He's on point. Some people just won't get it. So
wait, a vagina is an oblong square? Come on now.
No.
You're teaching some real shit, but y'all ain't seeing it. A vagina is an oblong square.
It isn't though. Don't do that. Why'd you have to grab exactly what I was doing? I was agreeing with everything.
I'm telling you. Not what you believe. I'm telling you what this Masonic order believes.
I got
See, Here's what you got to understand.
Yeah.
The Scottish Rite Illuminati Masons, who is the Great Seal of the United States of America, what do they believe? They don't give a damn about what you believe. But what do they believe? Do you know what they believe? I know what they believe. I've been initiated into their order. You ain't been initiated in the order. I know what they teach. You might not teach that, but this is what they teach.
I disagree with it. I didn't say they don't teach it. So since you don't,
Yeah.
you
See, that's what you got to understand. You up under you up under rule and government. You up under rule and government of the Great Seal of the United States of America, and you don't know nothing about that Great Seal. You don't know anything about it.
Listen,
because you ain't been initiated in it. And I went to the 30. Yeah, and I've been all the way to the 35th degree. 3 and 5 is 8. 8 is 2 cycles, 6 on top of each other, which is 720 degrees. You ain't got that. They gave you esoteric knowledge where you got a doctor's degree in there. You ain't got it. If I ask you, the first thing that you learned when you went to the government school was what in the first grade? What did you learn first? You learned what?
I'm gonna say
I'm
this.
asking.
I'm going to clarify something, and this is still respectful, but remember, he's Reverend Whoopazz. Let me make this clear. You may have been in the Masonic order, which is a bunch of penises and men. You said God is the God is a woman, and I'm going to tell you, the womb is not a square. I don't care what a bunch of men said, but I do believe you that you learned it from a bunch of men. But the womb.
I know how the womb is. I have a degree in anatomy.
No, I'm going to say this. The womb isn't a square, but no, I know that y'all saying disrespecting, but he's driving it home. So let me tell you clearly. You believe that God is a woman, so you're going to listen to a woman when it comes to the place where babies are born and life is begun. A womb isn't a square. It's not. Now we can move forward. I believe you that they taught you that in Masonic rituals with men, a bunch of penises around. But if you ask a woman who is also initiated by women who are very wise, ancient women, wombs aren't squares. They're not. There's nothing square about a womb besides the fact that it's where righteousness is created, which is life and purity. But you don't want that from me. I know everybody's gonna say Nepal, this and that, but don't. He was pushing back, so I'm gonna push back again and say the womb is not an oblong square. It never was, never will be. Now in the Masonic order, it may be. Now I'm gonna hand the mic back over to you.
Hey,
yeah.
Let me say this though. Let me say this though.
Up to as well.
For anybody to speak up, let me say this though. See, y'all trying to put what you are right now in existence today, as you live on earth, and you're gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be Thanksgiving. Y'all are trying to put that. y'all are trying to put that into captivity of what we are saying, and we're not saying that. See, that ain't got nothing to do with the male and the female of God that we're talking about. The male and female God that we're talking about is pure energy,
Right?
Like energy. Just like the moon is the female entity, and the sun is the male entity, the male entity. What we're saying. See, so don't block me out. Don't cancel me. What I'm trying to say is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to base what we think and what we know towards that which is, but you can never base that what you know against that which is unless you come into that which is. You have to come into that which is real. And like you said, like the brother was saying, I listen to me right quick. I could debate a million people, but I cannot debate the truth. I cannot debate the truth.
Thank
right?
You can't debate the truth. You can't debate. The truth is not debatable, meaning the truth ain't no opinion. In 1950, let me show you. Let me show you something.
Guys, real quick.
Let me show you something, brother.
Many words that you have shared with us. There's many words that you have
I
shared
want to
with
really
us.
bring Mel on real quick
in
because I think Mel's probably break it down, but I definitely want to break the square down.
You can break down a square all you want, but I'm going to tell you again,
Yes.
you're talking about what men say. You're talking about what men figured out. And that's just a portion. You can't tell us that a wound, I get it, I believe the elder.
No, he didn't say a wound.
I know the elder is very informed. I know the elder is extremely informed.
I'm not telling you what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what these people. You see this book here?
I believe you.
You see what that book say?
Yeah, I believe you're getting this information from someone else. So I get it. You're getting it from someone else.
You see this book here?
Yeah.
You see this book here? This book here is energy.
So they leave. See, it's about energy. It's not about
you see this book. I've been had that book since 1950. How old were you in 1950? I've been reading out of this book.
Yeah, but
so if you want to break it down into energy, are you sure that your mind can comprehend when it break it down on the first law of nature? Which the first law of nature is vibration energy. It deals with the molecules.
If you want that
now, if you want to go, you can't deal with that knowledge right now because you ain't never studied it.
Okay, well,
and you can't. When I'm talking Masonic knowledge of when they break down the degrees of the body, and what they say about the oblong square is they classify that as the womb. That's 450 degrees. A female is 450 degrees more than the male because she has a wound. The wound ain't no oblong square. How do the wound look? The wound look more like a circle.
Esoterically,
but to get into
even esoterically, it's not an oblong square.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Listen to Bob. Can we bring Mel up? I think that he has something that he wants.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the 450 comes from.
Can we just bring up Mel real quick and then we'll
go? We can. I'm talking. I'm going to bring Mel up, but will you keep saying 450 degrees? Are you talking about the shape of a square? Because a square is 4 right angles. That's 360 degrees, first off. Secondly,
right. Okay. I'm going to ask you something.
Degrees Fahrenheit? Like, I don't want to get this smoke for you. I'm trying to let everybody else get it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. The compass, what do it make? It makes circles. 360. Circles. It ain't no circles or cipher.
No, well, it makes circles. But if you want to call it a cipher, you can. It makes circles.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about.
A circle is
white folks. If it ain't a cipher, it ain't esoteric knowledge. If it's an O,
no, you said what does a compass make?
A zero.
You said what does a compass make?
Well, your thing is a circle.
It's a cipher. The cipher
do you know what a
circle is?
Wait a minute.
Cipher is another language.
I know that, but he didn't say he's speaking esoterically. He asked, "What does a compass make?" If we're talking about geometry, it's called a circle, is an English
version of a cipher.
I know everybody in this community knows cipher means circle. So it makes a circle, which is 360 degrees. Elder,
360. Okay. Do you want me to explain or not?
I'm not talking. Somebody else must be talking.
Okay. The compass makes 360 degrees. Where that point is where the center is. Where the point of the compass is. It makes that cipher is 360 degrees. 3 and 6 is what?
That's how big.
It's 9, right? 3 and 6 is 9. A square makes what? A rectangle, which is 360 degrees. You have 4 90-degree angles with the compass and the square. This is used in what? Building. The 5th degree of the Lord, 4th degree is the arc. That is the most powerful, which is the bridge. That's the most powerful geometrical figure is a bridge, because a bridge take you over water. That's why you see the sign of the compass and the square is the Masonic sign. You don't know what the esoteric knowledge, what the Mason calls the compass square, sisters, because you ain't never been a Mason. They don't allow women in the Masonic lodge. They strip you buck naked to see what you got.
See, you just said
and
it.
they blindfold you and roll your left knee up on your ankle. You want me to show? I can show you.
No, did you say
degree.
they don't allow women, right?
Not in the no Masonic lodge. You can't come in no Masonic lodge, sister. The Eastern Star.
You're not telling me anything I don't know. You're not listening to us. You're telling us Masonic stuff, and that's great. But what's not going to happen is somebody's going to come in here and start trying to tell us it's true, because there's certain things that they steal from the understanding of women. They learned it from women and they started keeping it. And then they started saying women are beneath men. That's where the Bible came from.
No.
I'm going to mute you out. You do know that. No, nothing. The Bible is Masonic. It's got Freemasonry. All this patriarchal teaching, when it gets to start trying to talk about the womb and women, that's where I jumped in and I said, no, that's not true. So then we could have
because this is the thing, is that there is Masonic.
That's what we're saying too.
Right?
Women is not beneath men.
There is a understanding in Masonic that we don't even never get to hear this stuff. So why would
and that's why I said that's great. Let him
women
keep
are
teaching
not beneath men. Women are not beneath men. Women are not beneath men.
I think he left. Let
this guy go. Well, he left. He didn't have to. You guys were talking. Look, this is the thing. He's teaching us information from the Masons. Great. But all I said, you can scroll back, is that I don't agree with that information. And then that's not real. He's saying it's true because he learned it in the Mason Lodge. It's not true. Women are not going to be told or taught about the womb from a bunch of penises that won't allow us around. That's like me sitting around talking about, and this is what men are.
We never got to hear this knowledge that people have in secret Masons.
But no, he didn't want to.
Well, I'm like, let's listen to what they're being taught, and maybe we get to learn something. Please bring.
We were learning. We were learning.
I want to hear what Mel has to say.
Well, you good. Well, let me just say this: we were learning. This is the problem with men, everybody. And you could say Nepal, whatever. This man is respected. He's up here for 4 hours. The minute I said, I agree with you that you know the knowledge, but I don't agree that the woman's womb is an obtuse square, it went off the rails, ladies and gentlemen, especially sisters. Listen, we got to get our power back.
He was about to explain that.
I'm talking, Genesis. I'm talking. You don't want us to say, oh, that's not true about the women, but I agree that it is something that they teach in the Freemason Lodge. I believe you. I don't know. You're right. I'm telling him he's not wrong. But then he wanted to drive it home and say, no, it is true. The womb is an obtuse rectangle or triangle, or square. No, it isn't. Not even in any way, shape, or form is it. Not esoterically.
Well, you didn't allow him to break it down.
I did allow. He talked a lot.
Listen,
you could try to gaslight. You can try to gaslight and act like I didn't let him go. I was trying to move forward, but you guys wanted to keep on talking about it. So it probably got late for him anyway. It's pretty late, but we'll bring him back. But Mel, if you had a question for him, he's gone. I'm not going to sit here and let people tell us that the womb is an obtuse square. I'm not the one. I'm too much of a woman. I have too much power in the womb for people to be upset with me because I said I don't agree with that, but I believe you that it's what they say in Freemasonry. You're not on the side of power, and nobody made him leave. Nobody. Now, Genesis, if you want to believe that, good. You're learning from him. I don't learn from that.
Like, he probably had a point, and I was going to let him make.
He was making a point. We were on that for 20 minutes.
He didn't finish his point, though. Like,
yes, he did. He did finish his point. He kept on saying. He kept on saying, "You don't know. I was there." Let me see if somebody's going to tell the truth. When I said, I just don't agree with it, I believe that you were there, he kept saying, you don't know. I was there. You weren't there. They don't allow women. And I said, okay, well, I agree that you learned it from there, but it's not true. So he did make his point. He made his point that he learned it from the lodge, that women's wombs are obtuse squares. I said, that's not true. And he wanted to just drive it home that it's truth. He showed me some books from Life about energy. He said, I don't know what I'm talking about, that the men are butt naked. And so there it is. You can try to make it like, oh, you didn't listen to him. That man, he was very, very much listened to. Do you have anything to say, Mel? I had to close this down anyway. It's been going on.
No, I wanted to ask him some questions, but
okay, well,
it's over.
We'll bring him back. But today he got upset. See, he got upset because I said I don't agree. I thought he was Reverend Whoopazz. Damn. I thought he was about that smoke. I have to agree that something that I know isn't true. Do we have to do that? I don't get it. Now you're all quiet. I have to agree that the womb is an obtuse square.
I would say that if it was school of thought that's saying this, that if he explains it, what the real reason why they say that, I mean, it's not really time to like explain why that
Why
is.
didn't he explain that then? Why didn't he explain
was trying to, but it was like becoming like
explaining it, right? He got upset that I said it's not true that men are teaching it. That's the problem. See, at the end of the day, it always boils down to men wanting us to think they know everything and that we know nothing as women. But then in the same breath,
he
they want to draw us in and
why they're teaching. He was trying to explain, okay, this is what they're teaching in the Masonic Temple. This is what's going on. And then so somehow it became hold on.
Well, somehow it became what? That I said I didn't agree with it? God, and I don't. I still don't because I know better, because I know the esoteric
his phone died, that's why he left.
And I'm getting ready his phone died, and I'm getting ready to delete your stream because these people, I gotta delete the one where these people are talking about me. So unless you want to delete the comments. Okay, because I'm not gonna have people in here talking shit about me. If he came in here saying women have, so he didn't even leave. You little crybabies, like he is.
Yeah. I want to really explain the whole Masonic aspect. Can you come back up?
Nobody cut this man off. Nobody cut him off. One thing I can't stand is a bunch of gas. His phone literally has been up there for 4 hours and 37 minutes.
All right, so we just like
the
same thing.
Delete it.
Like have to like let it like charge back up. Okay.
Yeah, let it.
So he didn't like run. He just the phone